Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. And I guess welcome back to some form of ancient Egypt because we got a big theme this month of Egyptian stuff. Now this just happens to be, look at that, from a Loot Studio. And this is the 75 mil version. I think this is just the Mummy King or whatever they call him. I think that's what they call him. Something fairly simple. We got a piece of statue right here, and then we've got our Mummy King. Not quite sure. Looks like we're just going to do some kind of cloth there. Now, every so often I'm going to run across probably some support dots that I'm going to have to remove here. It's just sometimes hard to find these things until you actually prime it. So sometimes you just have to deal with those after the fact, and that's what we're going to do here. We're just going to cut off some of these guys here. Nice thing is that the primer is super, or the, at least the Soraya Smoky Black is super absorbent, and I think pretty much all printing ink, resins are. Maybe not all of them, but for sure the Soraya Smoky Black is. I mean, basically almost don't have to prime the darn thing. So I think, well, we got maybe one more over there, and I think that'll be it for right now. Looking at the palette over here, this is kind of your standard fare. We've got the opaque alley of white, brilliant yellow pale, cadmium yellow deep, Terra Rosa, Fanchon Red. We've got those radiants over here of turquoise, of blue, and of violet. Then we've got the usuals over here of indigo, black spinel, Van Dyke brown. Across the bottom, Indian yellow, Perline black, Prussian blue, and then over here we have, well, Egyptian violet, of all things. Now we've got some brown matter, some asphaltum, and then of course our Prussian blue. So I don't know. I think a lot of this really just needs to be an awful lot of gold here. I'm just looking around and seeing what we're going to do. That could be some kind of piece of obsidian there with some kind of gold trim on it, I suppose, which might be a little more interesting, perhaps a little more contrast that way. This, I think, is going to sort of have to be some gold over here, too. These, I guess, we'll kind of do maybe some reds and maybe greens. I think this should also probably be gold there. The streamers here, not quite sure what we're going to do with that yet. Now I am going to, A first returns, A armored wolf. So armored wolf, I guess, we'll see what we're all going to do with this here. And first returns, happy Friday. That's right, it is Friday after all. Now, one thing is that I am supposed to be doing a charity stream thing later tonight, so this won't be into probably at 11:30 or so. I will have to be ducking out so that I can do that other, again, that charity stream. Here, I'm just gonna, I see another little support dot over there that I'm gonna see if I can't just take away some of that, like so. We always kind of keep the tools like that at the ready whenever you're doing stuff like this, because you never know when you just might run across one or two or more of those. Now I did throw some primer here on the base because, as you can see, I'm going to have to hang on to this. If I put it onto something else, it's just going to be, there's no way it's going to fit on camera, so I have to hold it down here. We may not really paint too much of the statue thing here, except to just dry brush some kind of lighter sandy tone on that, because that's pretty much what all this is sand. I gotta make sure that we've got this down far enough so that people can see what's going on. I think that's a pretty decent angle there. We've got our, actually here's one of those Royal Langnickel brushes ready to go. We'll keep this pretty simple here for some of the pre-gaze variation on some asphaltum and some Van Dyke brown here and there. I think here more of the Van Dyke brown, maybe even a little black spinel, especially in these areas where it just should be darker. Hey Loim, how you doing? So Loim, I was just, what was it, the broken sword. I think they redid their video on what happened to the Entwives. And I think kind of the final consensus was that they just kind of got wiped out. And was it the War of the Last Alliance there, where Sauron was doing the scorched earth thing to slow him down, and well, that just happened to be where the gardens were for the Entwives, and that probably spelled some bad news for the Entwives right there. Here, I'm also gonna sorry, set up a bit of a shield wall there for my backdrop. Hey Megan, how you doing? So again, sorry that I wasn't able to be here last night. Obviously, Kathy had that jury duty thing, and well, that's still going to be continuing in the next week, so we'll see just what effect that has on the streaming schedule. Not sure what's going to happen on Monday. I will try to stream tomorrow. Yeah, try to stream tomorrow. Not sure what that will be. Could be a whole bunch of different things. So, Megan, I hope that I hope that you're satisfied with the Buster, because I really was liking it. I thought the skin tone was just kind of that appropriate amount of pale. It seemed like there was still some color in it, even though it was pale. So there was a tint of color in some areas, so that's always good. And let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. So I just did upload this video to the Patreon page earlier. So this was a skin tone video, sort of. Now, what was that? The latest color theory in oils, right? The skin tones video. I thought I would just sort of piggyback off of that. So for anyone that's on the Patreon page, you should have seen that already. At least I hope so. All right, now I'm going to start to play with some other things here. A little bit of the brown matter. Might even throw some of the Indian yellow in here as well. Hey, Happy Heretic. Yeah, see, here we're going to get some of that Indian yellow in there. Because if I want that area to be gold, it's all just going to look dark, but oh boy, it's really going to change a lot of colors. I'm even going to go all the way over there to some of my, well, I almost said French Indian red, but that is Terra Rosa. Spin this around, get back into here. The Terra Rosa, not exactly what you would call a staining color, but it does have a little help from the Indian yellow. That's why I almost called it French Indian red. Hey, Primal Ace, nice to see you again. Happy Friday and all of that, because at least I think it's Friday. Believe me, it's very confusing for me right now as to what the heck day of the week it is. Don't even know what month it is. I'm pretty sure it's not October anymore. That's about the only thing that I can be sure of here. Thank you so much, Primal Ace. I appreciate that, because I could use plenty of this right now. That is for sure. Thank you very much, Primal Ace. That was extra good. I think we're gonna need. I'm gonna try and see if I can hit the store tomorrow and get me some more, just so we don't run out. So Primal Ace, I hope that your last couple of weeks have gone well. All right, now that's gonna have to be more of a gray back there. So yeah, let's keep hitting this with some of the Indian yellow, and then other various just stuff. Oh heck, I just let a little bit of the red get in there too. And thank you so much, Velfira. That is, that's 15 months, Velfira. There you go. Thank you very much. Oh, Velfira, I did see your post the other day. On your, because I just recognized the color scheme of it, you know, the purple and such. So thank you very much, Velfira. That is appreciated. Let's see. So Aloym, did Tom Bombadil move the Entwives to Valinor? Let's see. So Loim, I was trying to, well, I guess I'm trying to phrase it. What would their postulated happy ending was that perhaps that the Entwives did go west. I think, now I don't know if it was quite that same thing, but I think that was their one postulation, is that maybe the Entwives just kept going west and they ended up in Valinor. See, Primal Ace just finished what? Oh, that's Actually, Megan, ironically enough, from in winter you get both. Yeah, here you can get both of those in winter, sometimes on the very same day. Yes, I've had that happen. Seriously, not kidding. I've had both of those happen on the same day in the dead of winter, and there's nothing more fun than sopping up mostly frozen seepage water. That is a rare pleasure that most people seemingly don't get to experience. I think more should. We would gladly allow folks to partake in it. Let's see, got the oh, is that a Green Stuff World box there? So blight colors and acrylics will survive, and oh, so that was Green Stuff. That was Green Stuff World. Yeah, Valfair, you'll have to send me some pictures of all your new goods there, and what kind of stuff that you're doing with them. Hey Nate, how you doing? Nate, which ones did you get? Oh, by the way, now we could end up painting this tomorrow. So this is from KZ Minis, that Kurzlook Minis. Now I have right now printing at this very moment the Harad stuff. So yeah, our Far Harad stuff, and of course Diwali has Merchant Guard for Harad, so that's going to be fantastic too. Hey Landrest, how you doing? Primal Ace has a Green Stuff World box on the way as well. That's going to be very cool. Let's see. So Chapman, yeah. Let's just put it this way. If you try anything like that here, let's just say you'll say prison wedding faster than you can say contempt of court. In Chicago, like I was telling Megan, the only way you're getting out of jury duty is with the signed death certificate. And even then, that's kind of questionable if that's even going to fly. So 14 and 15. The Dwarf Tunnel and Dwarfs and Goats. Actually, what's funny, Nate's. Now, if you want Dane and on foot and Dane on the War Pig, that Kurzlook miniatures, they're. I think that was last month. I don't think that was their welcome pack. I think that was last month. But I think, yeah, their last month, that they had dwarves too, and they actually had the dwarf goat riders, which is great. And now, but you got to resize all of their stuff. And now let's see. So Primal Ace. Thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate that. So Landrest, I hope that you're doing good, and hopefully, hopefully no more 2 inches of water in the bottom of your printer there, because that was just that was kind of freaky seeing that. Oh, thanks, Primal Ace. Bryce, actually, I'm pretty sure if you were dead, they would make sure that one of your kids or one of your relatives had to go. Because that's pretty much, you think I'm joking? I ain't joking. That wasn't some rumor. That was basically the court bailiff guy that said, if we think you're screwing around with us, we'll just throw you in jail.
So say we all. So say we all.
All right, well, we'll get to that hype train in just a second. We got kind of our hands full here. Thank you so much, Valfair, for the gift sub. So it's now that it's inside, there's no more water washable resin in Landrast's grow tent there, so to speak. So here, just let me get to this right here, and then we'll see if we can find our hype train, which is going to be in a different spot. That's not the one. Let's see if this is more like it, and it is. So even the Mummy Lord is like, uh-oh. He's like getting out of town because in comes the hype train. There it is, baby. Hype train, all aboard. All aboard. Thank you very much for the hype train, everybody. There's Kathy must have heard the train sound. Kathy was in the kitchen and heard the train. She's like, "Wow, I know they're close to our house, but I didn't know they were that close. That's even closer than normal." Let's see. All the rinsing stuff is in there. Yeah, I guess Landress, you just you kind of almost want it to get wet now, I suppose. So thank you very much, everybody, for the hype train. That's appreciated. Olim, I have never used it before. I just never had any interest in it. And a few folks that I know, they have tried those once, and then they immediately got regular oil paints and never used the water washable again. So I think let's just say they voted with their feet. And I think it's not just one person. We're talking, I think that's 4 people now that got those thinking maybe they could work, and they said, nope, nope, they don't work. And there we go. And Landrest is one of those 4. So we trust in all of our chatters there. Actually, Bryce, I am all for that. I am all for the Korean barbecue train, or a train to the Korean barbecue. All I can say is if you're hoping to go to a restaurant downtown, forget about it because you ain't going to one. Let me see. So I think we're all caught up there. And again, I'm sorry that if I miss anything in the chats because the camera boom is definitely going to be in the way. No doubt about it. All right, so no, okay, that's not broken off. Our second other, oh boy, there's some broken off there. Nope, that's just not, there's nothing there actually. Okay, that's good to know. Pretty much everything downtown is either, well, closed or burned out. Yeah, what, or boarded up. And then even then, they try to get into some of the areas that were boarded up. So let me see. So yeah, Landress, I guess you just have to leave that out there for a while so that it can be self-cleaned, I guess. So yeah, the Kurzlook miniatures, they have Dane on foot and on the Warpig, but anything I think from Kurzlook, you have to print it at least 7% smaller if you want it to be Lord of the Rings scale. So as far as those, yeah, the water, well, your color selection is limited also too, right, Landrast? Wasn't that something you found too? Is that the color selection in the water washable oils was really very much limited? So here we'll get to that hype train in 1 second here. We just happen to have this thing in our hands, and it doesn't have there's no weight on the bottom side of it there. So again, this all looks like it's the same color, but rest assured it is not going to be all just the same color. Where is, here it is. So there it is somewhere. Somewhere's a hype train. Oh, there it is, there it is. Look at that, look at that. There it is, hype train. Hype train, that's hype. That is hype. So thank you very much. Thanks so much, Primal Ace, for that. We are actually gonna just partake of some more of that. Thank you very much. Let's see, base color. Oh yeah. So that's just like Landress was saying there. Yeah, I would just avoid the water stuff because I think you still kind of need. Well, you're still going to need regular oil paints anyways. And as far as cleanup for the oils goes, look, this is for dried acrylic and oils. It's not hazardous. There's no vapors. If you get oil paints on you, you use dish soap. Seriously, Dawn, it gets the grease out. That's all we use. And when it comes to the thinner, this is like 2 days worth of thinner. That's a water bottle cap right there. So yeah, the water washable stuff, it's just, it's not really needed, right? Not really needed. So thank you so much. It's always good to see the Hype Train cookie make an appearance, of course. We all love the Hype Train cookie. And that was done during our holiday cookie decorating stream last year, so I will try to engineer another one of those. We'll see how we can do that. May have the new phone by then. I don't think I will be streaming on the phone right away. I gotta kind of get used to that stupid thing first. Not looking forward to that. It took years to get used to the first one. All right, just making sure we got things covered. There we go. All the primer is now covered. So see, Primal Ace has been absorbing all the videos just the way Egyptian Violet. Yeah, Egyptian Violet, baby. He's like, hey, you gonna put some of that on me? I'm Egyptian too, right?
So
I
say
think
we
I am.
all.
Uh, let's see. I missed out on the hype trains when watching. Oh yeah, hey Roger, how you doing? Oh wait. It's time for these guys now. So here, let's just start to wipe away some of this, and we should see. Yeah, so you're gonna start seeing some differences here now. But we don't want to just keep using that same sponge. Yeah, now it's again, you can use them. It's just people found that they were not super fantabulous. And I just never had any interest in them because I always used regular oil paint. So regular oil paints were going to be just fine. And thanks, Voiceful of Karma. I appreciate that. So Voiceful of Karma, happy Friday. Hopefully you're doing well. Now I do have to be kind of on the careful side here with the sponges. So we're gonna take it slow here with our removing. Now even here, you're going to say, well, there's not a lot of difference there, but as soon as we start to hit that with the lighter colors, you should see a significant difference. Hey, Moy, nice to see you. Well, happy Saturday to you because, I don't know, has the the time change there? Because I think you guys already did your time change, so maybe you guys are already an hour ahead of us, so it could already be 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning there. Well, no, actually more like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's see. So we'll check out the Book of Wapple in just a second here once we get some of this stuff wiped away. And I think some of our new chapters are definitely going,
So
well,
say we
newer
all.
chapters anyway. Oh, thanks Primal Ace for the gift sub there. So here, we'll check out that in just a second. I'm going to get a little bit more of a small sponge in here. That's another reason why I don't mind chopping up the sponges like that. It's lots of different benefits, and one of them is you have a nice small sponge to get in to some of these smaller areas like that. So when it comes to Book of Wapple here, wait, let's change our little thing here. There we go. You know, let's scroll on down right here. Where's our 50, chapter 50? There we go. So right now, you would have to consider this more on the dry side. So we could put some wetter layers of paint over this, as in something that maybe has a little bit more liquid in it. Why? Because, well, we're wiping the paint away. That's going to dry it out. So in some ways, we're kind of drying out the paint. Well, I can really see the indigo here. Now, one of the things we're also going to have to do this, and possibly, well, not possibly, right after we kind of add some of those lighter tones, we're going to be dry brushing in some darker stuff because we really need some nice, rich, deep darks in this. It's not just all about highlights. Got to have some nice, rich darks in there too. And of course, well, we're going to be seeing it here with the golds. There's and the metals. We need edge contrast, and actually, Primal Ace, did you see that in that new video with the skin tones there? That idea that even in something like that, edge contrast is still a thing, right? That some of the softer blends on the skin look softer because of the sword right next to it. Hey Rascal, how you doing? And of course, color temperature and intensity. That's something that we need in the golds. We need lots of color intensity there. And I'm going to show you in a second after this. And this might be one of the most important things. Metal surfaces, they reflect their surroundings for sure. So here, let's get back down. Let's get back down to our scene here. There we go. And I'm going to grab this guy. And as you can see, look at all the different colors in the golds there. There's greens, there's even violets in there. There's certainly blues. There's even a little bit of Terra Rosa in there. All kinds of different colors. Practically none of that is yellow. There's almost no yellow in there. Oh, and by the way, we did just put this up on the Instagrams. So this was that clay cyanide figure that we did last week. I think was this the Friday stream or something? Or was this Monday? I think we did this on Monday. Let's see. Yeah, I think you might be able to see it there. You can see some of the skin tone reflected on that sword, and then of course some of the base color reflected on the sword too. So yeah, this was the latest Patreon tutorial there. It's funny well, and I was definitely talking about that too in the video, right, Primal Ace, that I just don't understand how they figure people are going to be able to translate that to anything when it's just here's non-metallic metal on a sword. It's like, okay, what's around the sword? Boy, Primal Ace, if you could have seen the picture that I sent to Armored Wolf and the ones he sent to me, where people are walking around in the woods in full plate armor and they look like the Jolly Green Giant or something, or Kermit the Frog, because they are just all green. So I'm just trying to get the last of this stuff off of here. All right, so there we go. There's your pre-glaze. Actually, I might just try and snap a picture of this thing, if you don't mind, wherever the heck the camera is, just in case on the off chance we get to maybe do a view of this. Here, I'm just going to snap a quick picture of that. Let's get our filbert brushes here, and let's have at it. Hey, Kayla, how you doing? Let's see. I appreciate some help finding references for reflective metals. Farce returns. You don't have to go any farther than, well, Google for one thing, but there's 1,000 different Instagram armory guys. These guys that do that, that's their thing, right? They are cosplayers, but they actually make their own armor, and they're walking around in the real thing, actual armor. So I would explore to just check out Instagram. Of course, Google. 5 minutes on Google will find you dozens and dozens and dozens of reference pictures. I mean, that's where I go. When I was looking for these reference pictures down here, I just went to Google and typed in Mummy Lord just to see what the heck would show up. So I would suggest whenever you're about to do something, I would partake of the Googles. Oh, it sure is, right, Primal Ace, because, well, and those edges really are everything. It makes such a huge difference. Yeah, Loim, it's interesting. I used to get a lot from there too, but once I started doing more of the Instagram, that just was showing up in my Instagram feed. Like now I don't even have to look for them. They just appear. They're just there. That's actually what I used to do back in the day was check out Pinterest, type in some kind of parameter and it would show me stuff. I guess the interesting thing about Instagram is that it just is a constant reminder. It's just like, here, you have forgotten your daily dose of, oh, check this out. This has reflections. Look at these reflections. So, yep, first returns, that's where they're most likely going to be posting pictures of their armor and their events and stuff is on Instagram. So that's pretty much the place you're going to find that. Now, you can, like I said, you can Google stuff. You can Google anything. All of the references that I have found for all of the Lord of the Rings stuff here, I just typed in Sauron on Google. That's all I did. I just type in that word, click on images, and found all kinds of nifty stuff for that. Slap environment lighting scene and then see how it reflects the mini. Wow, Primal Ace, that is really cool. Wow, I'll try to remember that just to tell people about it. Actually, now Primal Ace, have you done much sculpting in Blender? Because that's kind of the next step. Is that I actually, by the way, I'm using what is that? The Radiant Violet here now. Just so folks know. So Loim, I think for November, for some of the 2D art, I've been itching to paint some spacescapes. So that one on the right there, I really want to try and paint that spacescape. Then maybe we might do some portraits of Middle Earth. I've got one. Speaking of Instagram, I found it on Instagram. It was basically a portrait of Sayadin with the horse, but it was done like, what would you say, like a classic sort of 1700s style painting or 1600 style painting, where it was like very posed, like he posed for the painting of it. And I thought that could be very fun, is something like that. So that's probably now that could be a more elaborate thing. That might have to also be a little bit larger, I'm not sure. So I'm just gonna dust some lighter things on the statue here, just so that I have something to compare things to. That's all. Let's see, I've done a little. The sculpting are pretty comprehensive. So Primal Ace, I don't have any BFG ships to paint. Now, I have some Aeronautica stuff, but oh gosh, who knows? Thingiverse might have some stuff. All right, this has a little bit of the turquoise in it. A little bit of turquoise here. Moe, I don't know if that's available for me to download yet, but we have Monster Mini Mayhem. Actually, I've printed out a ton of their stuff. A bunch of their, let's see, I don't think I have that one up here, do I? No, I don't think I have that one up here, sadly. But I have, when they did that winter theme stuff, and then the metal stallions and stuff, I have a couple of those printed out. So now I'm going to try and get some of this blue and turquoise or turquoise on some of the wrappings here. So I figured that I would just do a search of my mini factory. I don't know if I would do a Battlefleet Gothic search, but that's where I'm going to start. I'll just start with Battlefleet Gothic and see what shows up, because you never know. So also too, you can see I'm starting to cool this down just a smidge here by adding the, wow, look at how it's picking up that pre-glaze there. Yep, actually Moe, I think there's a gigantic winged one. There's two gigantic ones that have sort of flames on them. And then I think he's maybe got a smaller version that doesn't have anything on it. I'll probably print out the small one that doesn't have any fire on it, because just having printed out Monster Mini Mayhem stuff, I'm not. It would be a pain to deal with all that fire. I would rather just sculpt my own using using my Liquitex Heavy Gel, because I know that works really good. So yeah, I might just print out the one, and also the one that's 25 centimeters tall, or no, 10 centimeters tall is way too big. No, it's 25 centimeters tall, which is about 10 inches tall. That's way too big. Hey, Jared's Terrain Minis, how you doing? If everybody could please give Jared's Terrain Minis a follow, that would be sensational. So Jared, I hope everything's going good. And hopefully you and V have been able to continue some of the RPG adventures. Jared, just It's been a crazy couple of weeks, that's for sure. But really happy to get a chance to paint what this is. Well, it's not the newest Loot Studio stuff. This was last month's, but I was really itching to paint some of the Loot Studio stuff. So yeah, it's really cool to be able to get to this. Very happy about that. Yeah, I was gonna say, geez, when's the last time you guys did a music stream? I think it's been a little while. Now, would that be more of a Sunday type of a thing, like a Sunday morning or something like that when you do that? I know that well, later tonight, actually I'm gonna have to by 11:30 I will have to be jumping off here no matter what because I'm supposed to be doing the that Extra Life charity stream thing. So, yeah, I will be jumping off here at somewhere around 11:30 or so, just a little word to the wise there. So right now, well, the cadmium that's up there, Valfera, that's the diet cadmium. That's not the faux cadmium. That's the cadmium-free cadmiums from Winsor Newton, which are actually really nice, I gotta say. I'm not using that right now. Actually, I'm just using Brilliant Yellow Pale and Indian Yellow together. Yeah, now Pyro Club, they just started, didn't they? And it's Big Jim, right? Big Jim is doing something on there. I don't remember what he's doing, but I know Big Jim is doing something on the Pyro Club right now. So yeah, I think Primal Ace, I'll just type in, well, it's just like typing in Google, right? Just type in BFG, Battlefleet Gothic, see what comes up. I'm sure something will. Here, let's keep going with, I'm just going to keep adding in. Now the Indian Yellow that's already here, that's all you can see. Look at, see the pre-glaze. Now you can see it a little bit easier there. Ah, so he's playing. I think oh it was last week that he was running a one-off, wasn't he? Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking is that he was running a one-off last week, and I kind of forgot what the the whole idea of one. The operative word is one off, not multiple. The OPR has some of their space fleets.
So say we all.
Thank you very much, Inner Excellence. Happy Friday. All that good stuff. Hope that you're doing well. So Valfera, there's been a lot of, well, I've been able to print some stuff. Yesterday, of course, there was obviously a lot of interruptions because of, well, the jury duty stuff for Kathy and everything else. So just trying to figure out what's going to be happening with that. But I'm printing right now the new Kurzalik stuff. So right now I'm printing out the size tests or scale tests of the Mahood riders, and I don't think I have any infantry. It's just the Mahood riders, and I reduced them 7% just like I did with the dwarves. So hopefully that is the correct size. And then, well, obviously I won't have a chance to do it later tonight because I'm supposed to do the charity thing. But tomorrow I'm going to try and set up the infantry, do the test print there, and then it's Mumakil. Yes, it's Mumakil. And hey, Gandalf the Grayster. Here, we should do this too. Let's do the, where's our, there we go.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
There's Gandalf welcoming Gandalf. How you doing there, Gandalf? Happy Friday. Actually, Nate, when years and years ago, this is when I first started doing the oils. I think it was almost 5 years ago. A friend of mine, he had a bunch of, oh gosh, what was it called? Drop Fleet Commander ships. and I showed him how to use the oil paints on those drop fleet commander ships, and he absolutely loved it. You know, doing the pre-glaze and then wiping it away and such. So I'm fairly certain that you could have something really neat when it comes to the drop fleet commander ships and oils. I think they would work very well together. Thanks, Primal Ace. That is much appreciated. Actually, the other thing I've got to do now is also get that. I was going to try and do sort of a tutorial on the Great Beast of Gogoroth, because it's just a miniature that has no supports. It's not hollowed. It's not the right size or anything like that. And I'm going to do a little video on that. Part of the along the lines of the things I've learned the hard way when it comes to printing. So there's gonna be more of those type of videos, all the stuff that I've learned the hard way. Let's see. Nate, you'll definitely, if you do that, if you don't mind sending me pictures of it, because that would be really nifty to see the pictures of that, see how well it works. So again, this one right here is this is printed from Loot Studios. Boom, right there. So yeah, Gandalf the Greyster. I don't know who the person was, but it's just a free thing that you get off either probably My Mini Factory or Thingiverse or whatever. And I tried printing it. Everybody said print it at 63%, which when it's too small for Lord of the Rings, that's when you know it's too small. That thing was way too small. A friend of mine, he printed it at 80%, and it's still too small. So I'm going to print that thing probably at around 85, possibly even 87% to see if that's going to be the right size. Now, here it is. Speaking of more Loot Studio stuff. Now, here's just some of their basing bits from their Egyptian themed and the vases and such. Now, this is one of those KZ dwarf goats that I shrank down 7%, and that seemed to be just right. But here's some of the stuff. We've got I think they call that gold. There's the Were Jackal, and then there's the Were Jackal Priest. So all of these, probably you're going to be seeing these during the month of November. At least that's the plan. And of course, we've got this one here. I think this is what we painted Monday. Yeah, I think we painted this up on Monday, so I finally got a chance to glue her on there and such, and you can see her cast shadow behind her. Look at that, huh? Kind of neat. That was very fun. So again, that is from Clay Cyanide right there. Let's see. Oh, you got some of the essentials. Oh, and you got the Spinel too. Well, Dark Elf James, that's really cool. Oh, thank you so much, Reptar. That's appreciated. So yeah, that was our Monday stream. You want to go back and check that out? No problem. Everything is saved as a highlight, so it's kind of like a YouTube channel. Now everything is in chronological order. I can't kind of reorder them like you could on YouTube. So they're just whenever they're made into highlights, that's where they appear. So you kind of maybe have to do a little bit of digging, but everything's got a thumbnail, so all you got to do is just look for the right thumbnail and you should be good to go. Oh, thanks, old man. I appreciate that. Hey, Flight Sim, nice to see you. Happy Saturday. So, Dark Elf James, I think you're gonna have some fun with those. I really think that you will. All right, now this is back to that uh, Radiant Violet, which ironically enough is Pigment Violet 23, which is sort of the pigment that goes into Egyptian Violet. So Dark Elf James, the Black Spinel, the only time I used the whatchamacallit, the old Ivory Black since then was on that Painting Gray tutorial that I did. And I think yeah, we used a little bit of it on this guy right here. Oh yeah, let's keep going down here. I want a little bit of sandy color, but the purple on there kind of mellows that out a little bit. Also, this should be kind of a shadowy area here with him, well, sitting on top of this thing, right? I really love that black spinel. It is very flat when it dries, and that is opaque. It actually has, if you leave it on there 10, 15 minutes, you'll actually get some staining out of it. Not a ton. It's not Egyptian violet, but it's certainly not Payne's gray. Oof, man, I tried that one. I think if anybody's watched that video, you don't. I wouldn't expect you to think you're going to see Payne's gray out on the palette anytime soon. That was a weak, slimy color. Primalace, you just got your black spin out. Well, congratulations. I think you're going to like it. I know it's not the cheapest paint in the world. I understand that. But you kind of get what you pay for when it comes to that. And you really don't need much of it. It's got so much oomph to it. Now here, Black Spinel, that's another one that I really enjoy. So this is where we kind of come back and start to darken some things down with our little dry brushy type stuff. And also starting to shift the color. So it's not just about making it darker, it's also about shifting the color. We're trying to get some almost a little bit of a greenish tone into this. And not everywhere, just in a couple of areas here. Hey, Thousand Young, how you doing? I hope that the sculpting continues to go well. Yeah, gee whiz, Primal Ace. The oils are just going to make those horses so much easier to paint. Again, having had to use acrylics, what was it, last week or something like that, to try and rush some stuff out the door that literally just had to be done overnight and then packed up. That was a miserable experience, and it took so much longer. It was crazy that the only reason I did it is because it had to be in the mail virtually, well, it had to be packed 2 seconds after it was done. Otherwise, I would have used the oils because the oils would have made it take so much less time than it did. All right, so here I'm thinking obsidian on those. Boy, Thousand Young, I don't like to hear that sound. Well, I know you like it way less. So, yeah, you like it way less, as we're going to also add now some Prussian blue. It's got almost a little bit of a turquoise-ish in some areas here. Yeah, and the nice thing is too, Dark Elf James, it's not a zero-sum game. I think I've even done videos. Yeah, I know I've done Patreon videos where I'll go, okay, here, look, this is we started out with remember it was the lizard man. It was one of those skinks that I painted in like yellow and green or something like that because they said they wanted different colors and then they changed their mind and then I had to make it into the same turquoise color as all the other skinks and I painted that in acrylics over the top of the oils. I mean, you can't get much better proof than that. Okay, now here's something. So we want to do, where the heck is this guy? So you see the headdress there? We got to have the blue stripes in there, right? So over here, I'm not just going to be taking a whole bunch of blue paint and doing that. Here, look at this. It's going to be basically a dry brush over the top of that. I'm going to come back here, but again, it's almost more of a dry brush. See how that's actually covering that without actually turning green? Let me see. So, but Thousand Young, really sorry to hear about that. Is it something that you kind of, did you have an inkling that was going to happen? Like, kind of like, something weird's going on here? Or was it just one of those that you get Pearl Harbored by it, just completely taken by surprise? I keep ending up with over 100 paints in my shopping cart. So Gandalf the Greyster, as far as acrylic miniature paint, I just have, I don't have too many colors. I've got the Reaper Clears, clear blue, clear red, clear yellow, clear green, clear purple, or violet, or whatever. I think it's clear purple is what they call it. I've got some of the liner paints. Those are just darker paints, like the clear blue, or sorry, the blue liner, brown liner, red liner, and green liner. I don't have lots and lots of paint. Now here, we need to reflect that. I know that's going to be gold. We best reflect this on here. So that's what we're doing there. We're trying to get that reflected onto this. Do I need any of the, oh yeah, I'm going to have to get some of that on this side as well. Let's see. So Dark Elf James, my very first army painting series. Now that was acrylics, of course, not oils, because that was, well, years ago. But I did was that the Medusa, right? The Dark Elf Medusa archers. I think it was archers. Yeah, I think they were archers, not the ones with the spears or lances or whatever. But that was the very first army painting series, way back in the day. Okay, let's get some of our darker blue on this now, like so. And then we'll have to let that set there, of course. So Thousand Young, sorry to hear about that. I've got to get that stupid battery backup set up. That might be, well, I think I might know the day to do it. Actually, I think next Monday just might be the day, since Kathy is going to be at jury duty. So I think that's when we're going to do that. The other advantage, Gandalf, is you're not going to have to guess about color schemes. If you've got a million different colors of red, you're going to wonder, okay, what reds did I use on this? If you've got a couple of reds, if you just have like, okay, red liner and red, and I maybe am lightening that with the clear yellow, that's all I got to remember. I don't have to remember a bazillion different colors because I'm not layering and I'm not just relying on all these triads or whatever the heck they call those things. There's very little to remember. Gandalf the Greyster, no, I pretty much will look at those colors and I'll say, well, I can mix that and make that. Now the oil paints are a little bit different because they have a different consistency than, say, the acrylic paints. But when it comes to acrylic paints, I'll just go, yeah, can make that. Yep, can make that. Can make that one too. Especially since with the acrylics, I'm doing much more of a glaze, almost watercolor style approach anyways. They just don't help very much. All right, well, Loin, thanks so much for joining. And of course, well, I will be doing my stream tomorrow. But just again, as a programming note, I will be doing the Extra Life charity stream. So probably about 11:30 or so, I will have to head out here so that I can get set up for that. Because I would probably be around midnight or so jumping in on that. Hey Olive, how you doing? It's not super late. We're only 54 minutes in, so not hideously late. Speaking of something that is grand and not hideous, look at this. Now it's time to make mango violet. some Egyptian violet, and Indian yellow. Wow, the two of those together, that's what I call an intense dark. It would be like the staining color of all staining colors right there. And speaking of pin line wash, here, let's thin that down even more. Look at this. See what happened there? All I had to do was just touch it there, and it expands. Starts filling in some of those areas so that we don't have to do any lining around that. We're going to be coming back in with our lighter colors anyway, so it doesn't matter. So I know some folks, they use the Pro Acryl. Actually, they're transparent. So that's my favorite thing from the Pro Acryl line is their transparents. I like those a lot. I would definitely say of all the things from that line that the transparents would definitely be my favorites for sure. So Primal Ace, I don't know. Now it kind of depends what I can get ready for tomorrow because I forgot all about this charity thing until, well, let's just put it this way. I was not like I was getting messages about it. Now, I was originally going to be taken from Kurzlook Miniatures, what is that? The Mahoods, right? The Mahood Riders that I'm printing right now. And I was going to try and paint those tomorrow. If I can't get those ready, this is also from Kurzlook Miniatures. This is, well, obviously one of their Gundabad trolls right here. So we might try and paint this guy tomorrow. Just in a pinch. Like I said, if I can't get the other stuff ready. And of course, oh, here, let me grab this thing here. So this, now if you check out, so Gandalf the Greyster, if you look at my YouTube channel, you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff, well, even things like this that were actually painted with contrast paints. Now, not in the traditional sense. The contrast paints were mixed with lighter colors, more opaque stuff like this to almost make it semi-opaque, kind of like oil paints right here. That's Vulpes pink there. You got Gorgrunta fur, Achillean green there. These tattoos were done with Leviathan blue. Just check out my YouTube channel. There's a whole bunch of videos on contrast paints, but not using them the way GW would want you to. Using them a very different way, almost more like we would use the oil paints. So that's again, what I would really like to be able to do tomorrow is those new Kurzlook Camel Riders, but I find it doubtful that I'll be able to get those prepped and based and primed in time for tomorrow. If I can, well, then that's what you'll see. If I can't, you'll probably be seeing that troll. Oh, I'm glad you were able to actually find that one, Gandalf. So here you can see we're just letting that do its own thing. You have to sometimes just be willing to let the paint do its own thing. I know that can be scary sometimes. All right, what do we want to do with this? I think we're also going to maybe, do I want some red on that thing? I'm just going to take a look over at my references, see what kind of stuff shows up here. If anything useful, so nothing terribly useful here. So I'm just going to take actually some of this red here. And we'll do something like that. Let's, don't want to make it look like a candy cane. Yeah, that wouldn't be terribly good. Let's see, I found their minis to be a tad large. So Primal Ace, if you're talking about the Kurzlook stuff, I printed out the dwarves at 93%. And that seemed to, well, it matched printing goes ever on stuff anyways. At least matched that. Where's my, ready to, yeah, I want to get some of this on the back side of this here. So I do apologize if I missed something in the chat. Something large like this, it means that the camera boom is going to be basically covering up the chat. So if you might need to type it in again. I do apologize for that. It's the Ultimate Olive. Actually, I did a Patreon video on that subject there because with oil paints, there's very little stuff that's opaque. It's mostly just different forms of translucent. And when I'm using I actually did a video that showed, what is it called? Oh, getting into the mindset for oils. And it showed taking the really intense colors, like, well, even here, was this Achillean? Yeah. You take something like that, you mix it with an off-white or whatever, you now have sort of a semi-translucent turquoise. So, yeah, that when they first came out in June of 2019, I'll never forget that because everybody wanted me to do videos on them, so we did. We did videos on those, and I think we were working on the Song of Ice and Fire Crossbowmen. We did a whole bunch of Song of Ice and Fire stuff with the contrast paints. So Primal Ace, I don't, well, the GW Gimli, it would be hard to compare to because, well, he's on foot, right? Now, do I want to alternate these? No, I'm just going to leave them all be, we'll just do all red there, and then that's all going to be maybe a row of turquoise right there. Yeah, I think we're going to do it that way. So Gandalf the Greyster, I don't really think of it in terms of, well, this is a light cloak, this is a dark cloak. It doesn't really matter. Contrast is contrast. Doesn't matter whether it's bright blue, bright red, orange. Doesn't really matter. And now, of course, these were done in oils right here. But I still did my pre-glaze. There was some indigo in there. And then I just started to essentially dry brush or feather the white into that, and it eventually just started to make it a little bit lighter than obviously this darker cloak. But you're still going to want to have some kind of a color accent to it. It can't just be devoid of color. That you're not going to want. Let me see. So I think we're all caught up there. If again, if I missed something, I do apologize. Where's my little touch of Indian yellow here? Maybe I will try some cadmium yellow into that. We're going to start to maybe infuse a little bit of a green into some of our golds here. Especially down here. And all I'm doing is just dry brushing in a little smidge of green there, that's all. And maybe even in here too. And maybe even into here. Because it can't all just be yellows and reds and tans. There's too much gray stuff around it for it not to be influenced by that. Oh, no problem, Gandalf. So yeah, I would start off with, yeah, obviously you have to have some kind of a darker color there. And of course, if you're using the oils, you could just start out with something like, if you want an ice blue, you would probably maybe begin with something like a Prussian blue. All right, here we're going to take that brilliant yellow pale, and we're going to see if we can't now figure out where some of our actual light highlights are gonna go. Do we want that to be gold? Maybe, maybe not. This stuff here, is this also going to be gold? And already going to make a little bit of a change there. I'm going to grab some of that Terra Rosa. Yeah, I'll make that almost a little bit more on the orangey side of things here. Everything was getting to be a little bit too neutral, a little bit too cool. So we started to warm some things up here. Hey Chris, how you doing? Let's see. I have an issue with white and so Chris K. They're bound to just look chalky anyway. You kind of need less of them. That's sort of the key. Is just less and less things like white in the highlights. You really definitely, if you can do more, say mix the white with something else as your highlight, and also too, are you doing that, more wet into wet? Is that something that you're kind of lightly dry brushing over? Let's see. So there's a couple of things that could be happening there. Okay, where's my... There it is. That is my Egyptian violet slash Indian yellow mix to darken that down a little bit more. Because usually what happens is they're typically relying on the highlights an awful lot instead of on the midtones and on the darks. So usually what it is there's just too much highlights. That usually means you got to make your midtones darker. That's probably the most likely thing, is that actually the stuff around it needs to be darker. Just like right here on this roundel, whatever this is that's hanging here, you can see that I'm darkening that down. I could highlight the heck out of that. Not going to make a darn bit of difference. What it needs to be is darker. So what it sounds like is there's just too much white being used and too much highlight stuff going on. It actually needs to go, you need to go in the opposite direction. That was something that we read in the book of Wapple earlier. Just got to make it darker. Because that's typically what happens, is that people, and we talk about it a lot here, that they just keep firing in one highlight after another, instead of going, you know what it really needs? It needs to be darker. Like right here on some of the golds. Let me see if I can get my hand over this here. There. I actually need to darken some of this down. There's too much light here. And I haven't even done any highlights yet. There's been no highlights done on this. Even before doing highlights, I'm already trying to darken some of this stuff down. Because the darker that gets, the more you're going to see highlights. Now here's that latest video that I was talking about here. So with the skin tones there, I had to make the streamers or whatever darker, because if everything was all just like, there would be no shadow whatsoever. This is also more about color contrast right here than it is about value contrast, because you got some grays over here, you got almost like a pinkish color over there. Again, back to the grays over here, and then that pinkish color. It's all the same value. So that again is part of these last couple of chapters here in the book of law. So contrast, it can be the same value. It could be the exact same amount of light and dark, but if it's green or red, that's going to make a big difference. And then of course, color intensity and temperature contrast, and then reflections. And if you don't have midtones and decent amount of dark, well, you're never going to get those either. You've got to have as much as you can. And let's see, where the heck is my scene here? Sorry, got to find it. Just kind of struggling here. Everything's kind of 1 second. There we go. Finally found it. Still trying to make things darker here. Still adding darks before I go into things like highlights. Because if we do anything that's lighter here, that's really going to have quite the dramatic impact. Now, let's see what happens, and that's going to have to be a somewhat cooler highlight as well, or lighter color. So see how that actually really shows up? Why does that show up? Because everything in the area is so much darker. Now what we're going to do here is I'm also going to see if I can't zoom in. Let's see if I can. Looks like I can. That's not a... Here's one. Blending brush here. Hey Ingraham, how you doing? So we'll take that big old blob right there. Smooth that out. But again, none of that shows up if all I have is a bunch of mid-tones and a bunch of lights. You must have dark if you want to have light. So right here, now let me get some of that paint off of there. That is going to definitely show up a lot more. Yep. Why does that show up more? Because everything around it is darker. It might even go a bit more. So Angryham, I'm glad that you could join us here before heading off to bed. We'll do that film noir in just a second here. We want to get some of these lights on here first, and I also want to try to see if I can get some more of that warmer color in here too before we do a film noir on this. I was almost wondering if Velfair was heading off to bed. So, oh, thanks, Ingraham. This is from Loot Studios. This is part of all that Egyptian theme stuff that we're going to be working on here. So you can see we have, even now, this is before any kind of highlights are added. You can see there's still a decent value pattern here, even though we haven't done anything in the way of highlights. Oh, it looks like we have ourselves a bot. So yeah, and it's more of a standard bot too. It's not one of the nasty follow bots or whatever. I guess it's been actually a few streams since we had one of those. Yeah, I'm going to try and once again try and find some of our lights right there. But because everything, thank you very much, Armored Wolf. That's appreciated. None of that's going to show up unless I've already got in place enough of my dark. So here, look at this. See, I'm able to get some reflected light in there. Yeah, Angry Ham, it's been a very, very strange couple of weeks here, especially last week. And who knows, the next few weeks could also be very strange around here. But now we're going to take some of our... This is a little bit of cadmium yellow here. So again, you got a color like, say, just white. There's nothing in it. That's why it's going to look chalky. That's why sometimes using a color like cadmium yellow to make a highlight might suit you a little bit better than just white. Because again, well, white is not exactly not filled with color, is it? So not quite sure why I keep getting all the fuzzies on the end of the brush here. Who knows, might need to grab a different one. So Ultimate Olive, that'll be part of the army painting stuff. I've got, what's his name, Ahriman. I have him. Ironically enough, I still have some of the ancient metal Thousand Suns. Well, metal and plastic. What was it? Their heads and their shoulder pads were all in metal. So yeah, the old Thousand Suns. Not the new ones, but the old ones. Yeah, let's see if we can lighten this up a little bit more. Again, we're just, for the moment, we're just sticking with the cadmium yellow to lighten that, because that at least has plenty of color to it. Yep, Ultimate Olive. We just did a series on that not too long ago. So, yep, that was the Thousand Suns. I think that was series 23, maybe? I don't know. Let me see. We've got it here somewhere. Ah, there we go. Series 23. There we are. 1,000 Suns. So plenty of, and then we did a supplementing your army series on that, or episode on that too. So typically, I think we've done at least 6 episodes on 1,000 Suns, at least, possibly 7. Yeah, Chris K, and they're not expensive, right? This is what, $4 or something, maybe? Yeah, that. Well, no, $4, 30 cents, somewhere in that range. So nothing terribly expensive either. That's the nice thing about it. So yeah, Happy Heretic, Perline Black, especially Perline Black and something nice and intense like a magenta. Boy, that should make a nice deep dark. And depending on how much of one or the other you've got in there, you could have a really nice tint, right? If you put a lighter tone, like say you do mix it with just a smidge of white or something like that, depending on how much green or how much magenta you've got in there, you're going to have a very different result. So yeah, I've got the Aramon figure. I definitely would like to do something, a special episode with it. Well, probably a couple of episodes, I think. I would like to do one with the basing, and then probably a separate one just painting Aramon. I think I might have 2 of him actually, so I could even do another one that's more of a diorama. Now here I just took actually some of the, oh gosh, that's some of the Radiant Blue. And I'm using that now instead of just all the yellow here. We'll come back into that and just kind of take our blending brush to some of that. And tone some of that down, but that's that cooler color in our golds that we want to get. So Ultimate Olive, like I said, I haven't done that one yet. That's something that I want to do. The supplementing your armies video, that was where I did some stuff, some freehand stuff on bases and freehand stuff on the sorcerer. That's right. So yeah, it was some extra work on the bases and some on the sorcerer. But I thought it would be interesting to try and do something a little bit more with the Ahriman figure instead of just painting him. Maybe try and do something interesting with the base or whatever. Yeah, let's see if we can pop some of our lights in here. Again, we're only going to brilliant yellow pale. We haven't even touched the white yet. Oh, there's a scarab right here. That's what's sitting here on his crown, headdress, whatever. I was wondering what that was. So again, just sticking with the brilliant yellow pale for right now. We're going to also have to do the gold beard, see what we can make with that. Then we'll have to see what we can do with the skin tone. Probably taking the perline black and maybe mixing that with, I think, some of our, not turquoise, but some of the radiant violet. There we go. That would be a nice combo there. That would certainly give us some kind of a gray, but it's going to be gray that has a color to it instead of the dead gray that most people seem to be obsessed about using. You don't, oh gosh, you don't need to buy gray paint. It's so easy to make any kind of gray, and there's so many different types of gray. There's not just dead gray, white mixed with black. That's not it. That's why I think the latest color theory in oils video was about gray. Yes, it was. And how there's much more to gray than just dead grays. Here we go. So it's going to be a little tricky to get to some of these areas here. There's a lot of stuff in the way, to say the least. See if we can get some of our. This is some of that juicier gold. That's the Terra Rosa that was mixed with a little bit of the Indian yellow. This is that contrast that we were talking about, not just light versus dark. That actually also too is a pretty darn intense orangey yellow color, which is going to be next to a very cool, very much more subdued sort of indigo. So a very dark grayish blue next to it in comparison. We'll use some more of this on some of these, well, scale mail, we'll just call it that for right now. And then the ropester, I don't know, maybe we'll do that. I was originally going to do kind of like a red and blue or something there, but maybe we won't do that. That might be too much color and too small of an area. It might not translate very well. And that inside here, maybe we do something with some lighter blue too, and maybe some turquoise. We'll have to see. I might grab some phthalo green at a certain point as well. Now also too, I'm going to add some of my orange to this, because it could use some of that. We have an awful lot of the toned down color, not a lot of the orange in it. Might even go a little bit more. There we go. That's it. Not just darker, but even more intense. I guess thin this down as much as I can. That is really a reddish orange there. And hoping to get that. Aha, there we go. That's what I needed up there. Too much of the same. Needed a little bit of a change there. All right, well, Primal Ace, thank you very much for all the bits and subs. That's appreciated. And yes, I will, well, let's see. Well, this Sunday night will be, I think, filming the next video, which most likely will be the next episode from Series 28, the Artisan Guild Deepwood Afar. So yeah, probably the next episode of that. And here's our example figure of that. So we'll be getting into episode 3 where things get really messy. They get very messy. So here, not going to throw as many of the oranges as, say, up here, because mostly going to be reflecting off of what's on the base. So those will probably just have to stay more subdued and cooler. But here we can make some of those a bit warmer. Now let me see if I can do some stuff with some Fanchon red. It's Fanchon red over here. And cadmium yellow. So again, that also depends what you're trying to lighten with the blue. If you're trying to lighten anything that is red with just white, that's going to look very pink and chalky. and probably green as well. Now something like blue, you can sort of get away with it because blue is just a cooler color. But any color that's warmer is just bound to look more chalky as a result of using red to try and lighten it. Or sorry, using white to try and lighten it. So hopefully that also answers that question there. Well, there's just a lot of fuzzies here showing up in everything. Not quite sure if that's just the brush or somehow they got onto the palette. Throw some reds over there. We probably need to give him some kind of a, I don't know, I might just throw that at his eye just for the heck of it. Not sure if we really want that to be there or not. And this I'm actually thinking of making a change here. Maybe we'll make these red and turquoise or something. Change that color up just a smidge. Why not? We can try and lighten this up a little more with some more of our cadmium yellow, but we also need some of our, just a touch of that white in there. Otherwise it'll get too orangey. Let's see what happens with this for a little smidge of lighter red in here. There we go. So it makes that red a little lighter, but not pink. You'd be surprised just how easy it will be to all of a sudden turn. You're trying to make a red a little bit lighter. Next thing you know, it is all turned pink on you. Okay, and maybe we'll try and like that side too. I think that's another, yep, it's another one of our liner brushes. Gonna see if I can't make a turquoise out of this. So a little bit of our cadmium yellow into that, maybe a little bit more of the Prussian blue. Because that's looking very much of a warm green. Trying to cool that green down here a little bit. And then maybe here. Change that from gold. We got an awful lot of golds here, so let's maybe put something else there. Some more of that Prussian blue. Darken this down some more. Yeah, I think that was just too much gold there. And this is almost a pinline wash here. It is like 90% of the way to a pinline wash, but not quite there. Not quite there. Let me store some of the darks in between those areas since we're making that change. Also, too, he's supposed to be, well, sort of a undead here, so maybe the golds, well, obviously gold doesn't tarnish, but some of the things around it, I don't know, those maybe have to show a little bit of age. Darken this up around his crown area. What's going on down here? Do we need to darken up around the edge of that? I think so. Possibly even here too on some of the wrappings. We were talking about perline black And this violet, oh yeah, that really does make an interesting grayish green. And let's put that on his face now. We have a lot of dark colors on there. Don't have anything that's lighter or anything to contrast with what's around it. So Abadu, like we talked about with the Gamlin stuff, right? Contents under pressure. As soon as you open up that tube, it's want to go all over the place. Actually, Abadu, I can't remember the last time I used Gamlin silver. And the other thing too, you want to keep in mind, and we've talked about that a lot, is that it's going to dry really fast. And by really fast, I mean in a couple hours, it's going to be dry. So just something to keep in mind, especially if you've got it out on the palette there, whatever. And obviously, yeah, you don't necessarily want to be mixing that into your little vat there, your little jars, the dropper bottles, because it'll just dry up inside there because of the alkyds. So yeah, that's trying to think of the last time I used the Gamlin silver. Speaking of which, was probably no, wasn't the Necrons, it was the Mandalorians. That's the last time. Yes, the Mandalorians. So again, trying to throw a little bit of the green into there too. And now maybe we'll try to lighten that up a bit more. We think that's a bright high. That is not terribly light. Even this, even that is still not actually white. Now, Happy Heretic, you could use any one of the radiants. You could use Brilliant Yellow Pale. It sort of depends how you want that to be tinted. Obviously, if you use some Brilliant Yellow Pale, it's going to shift that a little bit more towards the gray if you've got more purple in there. If you've got more green, more of the perline black in there, adding the perline yellow the brilliant yellow pale is going to shift that even more towards a greenish tone that's going to be even warmer. I don't want to get too much of the light color here onto his face. Not too much of that. And then we'll have to figure out, do I want to do the blue and such in there? I don't know. We don't have to figure that out right now. So here I got the Prussian blue. I'm just going to use a little bit of that radiant turquoise to lighten that here. And I was just thinking on the chain there, it might do that, but no, maybe we won't do that. Or the ropes or whatever the heck those are. I'm going to try and sneak some of that into here if I can. We don't want that to all just be the dark Prussian blue there. We need something else. Maybe even two on these. Maybe I'll make those blue. We got to also figure out what is going on with this. I think I'm going to also make that alternate bands here. So I think that is, now that's got some green in it, but let's, now Happy Heretic, you've got, well, if you have any of the Radiant Violet or Radiant Magenta, that would certainly do the trick. Otherwise, you could just take Fanchon Red and maybe some of the Brilliant Yellow Pale, mix those together. That's possible too. And you could use that to lighten some things. I'm going to hit this too. Again, I gotta dry brush it on. There is not much paint down there at all. I want to make sure I also have a little bit of indigo into this to, well, A, keep that darker. Okay, that's another band of what should be yellow there, or some kind of gold. And I guess it's another band of the blue color there. Well, Happy Heretic, Alizarin Crimson, not really going to help you too much there. You would have to basically mix that with that. Now, do you have cadmium red? You could maybe mix that with your... No, that even with, well, with Brilliant Yellow Pale, that would give you some kind of a pink color right there. Okay, I think that'll do it now. On the inside of that there, just go with this, see what happens. That's just some of my orangey color there. Let me see if I can't maybe... we'll take the Brilliant Yellow Pit. No, I'm going to take the blue here. That's the Radiant Blue, and we'll mix that with some of our indigo. Hey, Grim, how you doing? Well, Happy Heretic, you could try... you could just try the Naples Yellow and see what happens. The hues, obviously, they are not super opaque. Oh, Velferi, you still got your Ender 3 project underway. Well, Velfera, geez, I wish you all the luck there. I know that's a lot of work to get an Ender 3 ready to go. So here's hoping that that all works exactly according to plan. So Grim, I hope that you're doing good. Happy Friday. It's still Friday. Yeah, it is still definitely Friday here. So yeah, I'm really glad, Velferi, you were able to get that thing going. Like I said, I don't know when I'll get a chance to get the Ender 3 going here. I would like to. There's just so much terrain that has to be printed out. Oh, and by the way, this is not a light color. That's actually very dark. Hey, Drax, how the heck are you doing? Nice to see you. Sorry that I missed out on all your streams this week. If everybody could please give Drax a follow, that would be sensational. So yeah, sorry Drax, with Kathy's jury duty stuff, was not able to catch anybody's streams or do anything like that. So Drax usually is streaming Sunday through Wednesday. Starts around midnight or so Central Time. So Drax, hopefully you were able to make some decent progress on stuff this week. Like I said, I didn't get to see what anybody was doing this week whatsoever, so I have no idea what folks are working on. It's the weekend, and you just got your bottle of resin in. So painting more of the Infinity stuff. Now, yeah, you don't have any more tags to paint, do you? I just remember, did you do 2 of those? I know you did 1. I wasn't sure if you did a second tag. I think that one tag was sort of a rescue, if I remember right. Here, I want to just try and get a little bit of, again, reflected light here into some areas of this. And where's our, oh, here we go. This is the thing we did Monday right here. This is from Clay Cyanide. So when you can see some of the just regular colors there, and as opposed to the lighting infused colors. Oh geez, there was 3 of those. Oh wow. Wow, that's I think I only ever painted 1 of those. And that was way, way back in, I think, 2008 or something like that is when I painted one of those. Big old chunks of metal. So this, again, that looks super light on there. All that is, that's radiant blue. That's not terribly light. That ain't exactly white, but it looks that light because we've made sure that our indigo is nice and dark. And we're just sort of doing this top edge here. Then we're going to have to do some more reflected light down in this area over here. And they're trying to break into some plastic. Boy, that would be, well, Drax, I think they kind of have to. Well, if they want to expand they want to expand their audience there, they probably kind of have to do that. The folks that are loyal to it, well, they don't, they're used to it being metal. But if you're trying to get a new audience to it, I would imagine you got to get past the metal, or at least a broader audience, I suppose. All right, where's my blending brush? Do I have junk on this one? No, not too much. So that's good. I mean, I hope that it all works out for him. That's a game that's been around a long, long time. And I know that the folks that like it, they really like it, and they are very, very loyal to it. Which is cool, which is very cool. Like to see that. I didn't realize that Infinity was doing a Kickstarter. That is one way to help make that happen. Now, I don't know if that means farming out the manufacturing of that to somebody else, or it means they're going to try and get their own whatchamacallit, oh gosh, what are the injection molds? So I think you can see how that's starting to. There was nothing there. There was no shape. There was no nothing. We also have some hieroglyphs on there to try and work on too. But as always, we don't want to be hasty little hobbits. We're gonna put this on here, try and kind of set our lights and darks, and then we're gonna let that maybe an hour before I even think about going back in there and screw around with any of those hieroglyphs. At least. Let's see. It's a new board game. I believe it's in a house. Oh, it's in-house. I'm like, wait, what? I was like, wow, that's a very different. Infinity is different than even I remember. So here again, we're using some of that orange to try and get a bit of a color contrast there to not just light versus dark. Let's do some more here. Yeah, just again changing that from, some areas have a little bit more of a greenish look, some of it more almost have a little bit of violet in them. Some areas a bit more like that, has a bit more orange to it. I think we're also going to do some, here, let's go back to our mango violet that we made over here. Yeah, something like this. Egyptian violet combined with Indian yellow to make our mango violet. And all I'll do is just tapping the brush here, letting that stuff sink down into those crevices. I mean, it's Egyptian violet and Indian yellow after all. They are going to be, those are some strong, powerful color. They're going to provide you some darks, some staining too. Yeah, now I feel like I've got some darks built back into this. It was just all a bunch of middle tones again, so when we try and come in there with highlights later, we'll notice that straight away. Speaking of some darks, we're also going to try and darken up some areas along that edge, because the only way we're going to make that a sharp edge is by having some dark there. And this is, where's our video from our newest Patreon video right here, the sword, right? Lots of sharp edges there to make all of the blends here and like seem that much smoother. Same thing with that crown. Sharper edges there to try and make all of these blends seem smoother. Let's see if I can't maybe start to lighten up some of these blues here. That's going to take some of our turquoise and Prussian blue together. Because we don't want that to just be lighter. We also want it to be a rather intense blue for the contrast that's also going to provide. And we'll do the same here too, because we've got our darks in place. We got to get our lights in place now. Hey, Thaler. Well, nice to see you. Why, it's been a little while. I hope that things have been going okay for you. There. So yeah, we have well, we have the commission Egyptian theme stuff, and then we have all of this. This is from more from Loot Studios here. We have a Werejackal Priest. We have this Werejackal here. I mean, that shield alone should be really interesting. And then, oh, we have a gold here, which I think we can maybe try and do some see-through stuff there. And we also have the Sons of Sekhmet and the Daughters of Sekhmet. We have those. Well, I had the daughters printed out. I think the sons, I was making some build plates of them. Now I'm going to go back with my indigo and even some black spinel to really, really darken this down, but also make it that much less blue so that this blue looks a little more intense. Now let's see. First Return looks like it's been working on some Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. Some Song Horsies and even some Legion stuff too. So see how that, you can still make it darker here and also sharpens the edge on all of these. I'm glad that, thank you so much, Forrest. I'm glad that that's really kind of helped you out and kind of kept the mojo going on stuff too. I know sometimes life gets a little bit hectic and crazy and it's hard to keep up with the miniature painting. And Dower's got some Conquest Huskarls. Now, I hope that those are going good. The Conquest stuff, it is certainly interesting. At that, it's a big scale, right? Basically, pretty much 40 mil scale, I think. We still haven't had any of that stuff to paint. Well, I haven't had any of that stuff to paint. See, there we go. Now you can really start to feel some of the dark, some of the light. Here, let's make sure we don't lose track of all of our blue there. All right, well, First Return, I hope that the airbrush gets cleaned up easily. Airbrush cleaning is not always the most fun project in the world, is it? Now we're going to add some of our lighter yellows to this. It really starts to build up some nice little contrast there. We don't want to make that too much yellow. I might try to get some greens into that as well. Possibly some warmer greens, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think now I'm trying to think. The last time I've seen those in person was probably either at Gen Con or at an Adepticon. Actually, I haven't seen a whole bunch of pictures of them lately either. And I think don't they have a whole new faction or something like that that's either coming out or is out. Oh, I guess here's another question too: is what is the deal with the dice for the because apparently only in Europe that's the only place you can get both sets of dice, which is weird. But apparently in the U.S. we're never gonna get the Mordor dice, I guess. I don't know what the deal is with that, but that's something that I've been hearing, and I don't know exactly what's happening with that. That wouldn't be something that I would be happy with if that was the case. Through some sort of distribution thing or supply chain issue or something like that. Because I know the folks overseas have them, but I've been hearing some distress about them here. So I am going to lighten that up just a bit here. Also, trying to smooth that out a bit. So orcs riding dinosaurs. Oh, speaking of dinosaurs, I just printed out from Archvillain. Yes, it's from Archvillain. They're starting to get some of their Lizard Man stuff printed out. And I made build plates of the Quetzal Riders and the Mato Riders. Not Matzo Riders, but Mato Riders. And I printed out the first one. I think it worked out okay. We'll kind of find out more when I go to actually try and paint that, or assemble it at least. All right, let's see what we can do here with the gold stuff. There's actually there's two different widths here. It's like some kind of weird Morse code, but in brilliant yellow pale. I won't let too much of just the brilliant yellow pale get there. I just grabbed some of a little bit of the cadmium yellow to throw in there too. Here, we'll lighten that up some more. That's why I forgot to look at my tags. Because apparently Twitch has started a new thing where just every so often it wipes out your secondary tags. I wonder if that's what happened here too. Going to lighten this up now. Now look where my hand is on this brush. It gets closer to the end than it is to the ferrule. Gives me more leverage. We probably need to lighten this guy up too. And I'm going to let a fair amount of the indigo stay behind on this, because if gold is supposed to be reflective, it would be reflecting all that indigo around it. So let's let that be reflected on there. It means it almost kind of turns it a bit of a grayish tone. I'll lighten up the edge of this too. Something like this. especially something like this, it's a 75 mil. I've got to be even more aware of change in the color, the temperature. So right here, that's more of a greenish color. You can clearly see the orange over there. I'm gonna do that same thing here. So we got some of the orange here. Let's infuse some of the bits of the scale mail here with the orange, and then we'll come back with some of our lighter tones. Probably even hit some greens into this as well. Not sure what we're doing there on the cloth. Probably going with something that is more of a white, but I think we should probably have that be a little bit stained by comparison. Just mix this with whatever's sitting there on the brush. So you could see there's kind of a burlap texture there. We'll try and accentuate that texture a little bit more, if we can, anyways. All right, so here I think actually, well, yeah, here let's do a film noir here. You should be able to see. I think that yeah, you can see the difference in the blues there. You can see that's more of an intense blue, and that's more of a cooler blue. I'm just gonna try and lighten this up a smidge more. Then we'll do a parting film noir for Val Ferris. So let me just get one or two more bits of the lighter turquoise in here so that we can have a little better comparison. All right. So let's do a bit of film noir right here. Take away that color. Yeah, now it's just dark. You don't notice any of the oranges and or the yellows, the greens and the yellows. You certainly don't see the very different version of what's here to what's on the headdress. We bring the color back, and that should show up pretty quickly. Sure enough. You see how that is more of an intense blue there, and that is just kind of like a grayish, blackish blue right there. All right, Angry Ham. So Angry Ham, I know you probably got players to kill off this weekend, so will just wish you success in that endeavor in advance, of course, because you know that's what we do. The only good role player is a dead one, so or the only good player character, I guess if you want to call it that, is a dead one. So here's hoping that you roll very well to take him out. So yeah, all the greens and such in here, you just don't see that once. And here we got to get certainly some more of the greens down in here. We interject the orange color into that. What about here? Some of the orange tones. Now we're going to try and lighten some things up here. The brilliant yellow pale. Where's that? There it is. There's our Indian yellow, brilliant yellow pale. Start to get some lights here like we did on the other side. We've got an awful lot of midtones and darks now. Ah, so Wednesday, okay. Well, here's hoping. So yeah, Saturday stream, all likelihood we're probably gonna have to paint that gigantic troll there. Uh, since I won't have tonight to prep things like I thought I was going to have. I have a feeling this November is going to be a really wild and crazy month, very unpredictable. And this is still not white. I think we took a little tiny bit of white to mix that into some blue or something like that. We have not actually used any of that for highlighting golds. We're trying to stay away from that, especially for now. Don't have to get into that right away. So you have a good night there, Valfera, and hopefully we see you tomorrow. Which way do we want this to go? I think we have to let the light be on this side. Yeah, I think I've got to invert this. Oh well, no big deal. You know, I think that's just going to have to also be darker there too. I'm going to grab some of my, speaking of my orange here, got a little bit of the Terra Rosa. Not enough. There's a little bit of that brown matter. Ah, that's more like it. Darken this down some more too. And by doing that now, I feel like I got an edge. Yes, now there's an edge that just had to be darkened down. And this, I'm just going to say that's got to be extended with the, yeah, I'm going to just do that as some kind of orange here. I don't like that just ending with the blue there. I think it's better off being this way. So we're making a little change here. No big deal. I'm not going to do too much to the base at all because I'm just going to have to be sticking my hands onto that. I'm going to try and get some of my lighter golds up here too. I need myself another blending brush here. Gotta make sure there's no stuff on that. So it would be easier if I didn't have to hold the base itself, but I tried other methods, my usual little holders and stuff, and he got way too tall. You would have seen like his knees and not much of anything else. All right, we'll turn him around this way. Let's make this lighter too. That might just be too much. I'm going to tone that down a little with some Indian yellow. Yeah, even then, that's still pretty darn bright. Okay, and let's get the top of this here too. That also needs to be definitely lighter. Don't mind if some of the new color that I just interjected in there works in its way into that lighter tone. Again, you can see there's much cooler colors down here. It doesn't have to, they don't have to be just, not lighter, but they have to be a bit on the cooler side. All right, then I'm going to start maybe working some back into some lights here into these armor pieces if I can. I think our pin line washes in there have set. They are not dry, but they should be more set than they were. I think too, I could probably stand to have some. Not just, wow, that I didn't think that was going to be that much lighter there. Apparently that, wow, that definitely was more of a middle tone than we put there. I was just looking to make it a little bit more of an intense color, not so much lighter, but oh well. I guess we needed some lighter stuff there too. Okay, now I might start to fool around with some white in a few places here. Might almost be time to set. Okay, what's the lightest highlight gonna be, especially in the stuff like the gold? And even this is still not straight up white here. It's close, but as you can see, we wanted to highlight the edges of those. And if I had gone too light too fast before that, well, I wouldn't have much of an edge light there at all. Thank you very much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Like I said, we just posted earlier today yet another Patreon video. This one was about lighter skin tones. I had already done a series years ago with acrylics on, what was it, 6 different skin tones. And now we're starting to work our way back through that with the oils. And actually, the Artisan Guild figures are really not a bad prospect for that. Here, this is I think I'll do this one again for some orc skin tones. Yeah. So yeah, don't be surprised if you see something like that for some orky skin tones. I'll be doing some dark elf skin tone, drow, basically kind of a light gray-ish, almost like a vampiric type skin tone. So yeah, just kind of revisiting all of the old videos, but this time with the oils. I'm just going to set my finger on that so that I can get in here. We need to do something with his eyes. Now, am I going to go with the glowing red, or do I want something that's more glowing green? I think we'll see what happens with something that's more like a reddish orange here. Let's see what happens with this. Grab some of that Indian yellow. Hey, Deuce, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Well, happy Friday and such. Because I think we still got a decent amount of Friday left here. Was it? Yeah, so it's only 9 o'clock here. All right, I'm going to see what happens. Do we like the more orangey color for the eyes? I think so, yeah. We've got so much of the grayish color there around the eyes. Let's do something like that. See if I can maybe lighten those up again, make them a little bit more glowy. And then what I might do is find some like fluorescent orange or whatever and throw that on there later. So yeah, well, if you do the Army Painter Pledge level, you're going to find yourself instantly buried in somewhere about 900 hours worth of video tutorials. And if you can somehow work your way through all of those really fast, well, that's good because I do 20 hours of new tutorials every month. So yeah, you're going to have a lot to absorb. That's for sure. I am going to try and lighten up some more here around this because we did these. Now we got to hit this. Where's my orange yellow again? Something like this. And then again here. Yeah. Now I'll do that on the other side too. Right here. And then over here too. Again, if it gets to be on the bluer side, no big deal. I got this Some orange sitting here. Also, that has plenty of fuzz in it for whatever reason. Not sure why there's all this fuzz and everything. So playing around with some automotive paint. What's interesting is some of the oil colors that we're using. I know, what was it? The quinacinomes. Yeah, I guess those apparently were also automotive paint at one time or another. And then they tried to convert those into artist colors. And the initial experiments did not go well at all. So Grim, I don't have any of the one-page rules figures. That one right there, I just, that's what popped up. I was just looking for some different reference things. Yeah, I don't have any one-page rules figures. That was the first time I've really actually seen any of theirs. That just happened to pop up, and I went, oh, one-page rules figures. I hadn't really seen them like that before. Let's see, with how often my phone dings with new Patreon content, feels like you do 20 hours a week. It's well, actually, it's kind of close to yeah. There's well, because let's put it this way: for every hour of video that you see, there's about 4 hours that goes into it, maybe 5. Yeah, because there's the filming of a 2-hour video is going to take at least 4 hours. And then between the editing and the rendering and then the uploading, that's many more hours right there. So you are completely and totally right. You are dead on correct. So the streamer things right here, I'm just gonna leave those. They're not devoid of paint. They've got some pre-glaze on and a little bit of my lighter dry brushing over the top. But we're just gonna leave them like that for a while because we got so much stuff going on here. That beard is in the way, so we're just gonna try and get some paint on that. I was wondering why the heck did I just get shoved aside? It's the beard in the way. So yeah, Grim, the one-page rule stuff. I just only have ever thought about them as one-page rules, as in gaming stuff. Never actually really. They're just not in my brain as far as having their own miniatures. I know people have talked about it, but I've never actually seen them myself until today. I'm sure there must be some really nifty files. Oh, geez, Grim, I completely forgot. You want to, speaking of videos and stuff, yeah, Grim, throw in your link there to your intro to oil videos. Good grief, sorry about that, Grim. It's been a weird, very weird several days, so I apologize for forgetting about that. But yeah, Grim's got some kind of introduction to oil videos that could be very helpful for people that are just kind of getting into their oil painting journey now. Yeah, I've never actually seen their stuff before, so. But right now, on the printer, we've got the new Kurzlook miniatures. They're Farharad stuff. So, yes, we've got the Camel Riders on there. A bit of a size check to see can we get that size correct, printing wise. So there we go. So Grim has posted his links to his and of course the Discord group. I try to post in there when I can. If I see people asking questions in there, I'll try to answer the questions if I can. I know that I think I've answered a few questions in there the last few days. Here, I'm going to try and lighten this up too. Yeah. I don't know how much lighter I want to make the his face. We'll wait on that. We don't have to decide right now anyways. But let's just make a couple of more light edges here. I think I could really use some of that. Oh yeah, we kind of, my finger got on there and wiped away what I had done with a couple of lights over there. Now these ropes right here, do I want to have those be different colors, or do we just want them to be? Yeah, I don't know. That could just be too many different colors in here. I think we'll stick with simple for right now. If I feel like we gotta go more complicated, we always can. Dano, boy, I was just about to ask, has Dano been in the chat, and have I missed Dano? Dano, how the heck are you doing? So Dano has been sculpting, and Dano's been doing some amazing stuff there. Now, Dano, you haven't posted any pictures of your stuff into the Discord, speaking of which, into the Discord group, have you? Or on your Instagrams? Actually, yeah, Dano, you should post your goblin again that you did into the chat there so people can see it. And right now, I was just saying, Dano, a second ago, that I've got the first of the Kurzlook miniatures on the printer. Actually, it's probably done now. If it's not done now, it'll be done in the next probably 20 minutes or so at the very latest. So seeing if I've got the sizing right on the Mahood riders there. It was just those. I didn't have time to build any infantry build plates. It was a little too hectic trying to get stuff ready for this. Here, so I'm going back to this is that radiant violet there. And we'll use that to get a couple of our highlights. But look at how light that seems there. It is not really that light. It's just everything around it is that dark. So it just makes it seem that it's that dark. Now, oh, you're printing the Lilith miniature? Now, gosh, I think that took me at least 4, if not 5 build plates to get all the Lilith stuff on. So I don't know, hopefully it didn't take you quite so many. I was going to print that one, but then, now the November releases are coming out, so I think we'll get to that one maybe after we print out all the Kurzlook stuff that we need. And actually, I'm still trying to figure out what the printing goes ever on is doing for November. There we go. Dano has posted the goblin. Oh, wait, here we go. We almost forgot about this is our greenish color right here. And I might do probably some maybe asphaltum mixed with white in a couple of areas just to, again, have something different there. It can't all just be a greenish gray. Now here we also have this texture, so we're going to try and get some of that texture here in the linen, I guess. So it will be 5. Okay, I feel a little bit better there, Dano. That I'm not the only one that has to take that and put it into multiple plates. I think most of my print times on those are going to be probably about 7-8 hours or so on the Lilith stuff. I haven't even tried doing the Oliphant. I didn't even open that one up. All I had time for was, okay, camel riders. Let's see if we can just make a quick build plate out of those. And I resized them to 93%, just like I did on the dwarves. We'll see if that worked. So back to the other side again. We're trying to cool this down with some of our green here. Same over here. And we can still lighten that up more if we want to, but for right now, just don't want to go too heavy on lighter colors there. Sticking with that almost like a greenish gray here. I don't even know if you could see that. Just getting that on some of the wrappings here that are kind of behind this element. Can't really see those. Where's my filbert brush here? Just going to try and catch a little bit of a color on the inside of this linen here too. Uh, 8 hours each. Switching to the navy gray. I won't say the F word. I will not say the F word because we know what happens if you speak its name, it appears. So yes, we will not mention that at all. So yeah, the red there is going to make that look like a candy cane. So we're going to take that in a different direction. We're going to go more indigo or maybe even just almost like a black here. Yeah, it is definitely going to end up looking like a candy cane. Otherwise, I mean, it is getting to, sad to say it's getting to be that time of year, but not in Egypt just yet. So we'll take that in a different direction. Okay, here we were talking about some green in our golds. We'll do that here. We want some reflected light there. This is right next to where his head is, and that should reflect some of the grays here. We can't just have that be all dark there. Where's my, there it is. There's my green. Hey, Tukale, nice to see ya. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Tukale. This is from Loot Studios right here. I've got a whole bunch of Egyptian themed stuff, and then we also have some more clay cyanide stuff to do. I think I've got at least 4 more of those to do. This is the first one, and I think I actually did get to see a part of this. So this is what we did on Monday, and you can see we were able to have some fun doing the shadow being cast on that wall behind the figure there, so that was really cool. That was one of those kind of challenging things where the miniature and the piece it's standing on are done in 2 separate bits, and that makes it kind of challenging sometimes. So again, trying to get a little bit of the cooler color into here. We're going to have to do the same on this side too, right over here. Yeah. Actually, so Grim, have you had a chance to test out all of the new goodies that were sent your way? Yeah, here again with all the interruptions with the jury duty stuff, we've had to kind of keep things pretty simple here. All right, there's a little more reflected light that also has a bit of green in it. Yeah, what are we? We're 2 hours and 24 minutes in. Tukale. let's see. 1 second here. Sorry, I was trying to hit the mute button on that, but couldn't even find it. Sorry about that. Frozen started talking to me about stuff, but then went silent. And that's really interesting since, I mean, you got quite a bit of stuff from Frozen there. So you've got a lot of experience with it. You would think they would want you doing that, but then you never know. Sometimes, I don't know, I haven't even tried to communicate with them in quite a while. I had some stuff that needed to be done out at the shops. No problem, Dano. This actually was later than I wanted to start. I had kind of hoped to start maybe at 6 because I have to jump off to do a charity stream at 11:30 at the very latest. So I was kind of hoping to start at 6, so that would give me at least a decent 5 hours or so to be able to mess around with this guy here. It's always really weird. I know it's the same way with the Games Workshop stuff. It's weird who they send things to. Oh, actually, Dano, I don't know. It seems like everybody else but the US has both sets of dice, but somehow in the US we only have the Witch King dice. And not quite sure how that happened. I wasn't sure if that affected you guys. But I think I've seen even I think I've seen some of the usual Aussie YouTube guys using both sets of dice. Oh, Dano, it is way stronger than the acrylic stuff. It is massively stronger. Yeah, because that's what I might actually be doing on the Pyro Club thing. So yeah, that is the green stuff world set is really, really, really powerful. I mean, let me see if I can find the bottle. Here it is. Yeah, this stuff is really intense. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't even. It was just this. Oh yeah, somebody posted in one of the Lord of the Rings group. They said, "So hey, folks from the U.S., have you noticed that for whatever reason we can't get those?" And I went, "Say what?" And I guess they're all sold out. So yeah, I haven't even looked at the GW site or anything like that to see if they've got if they're even on there. Yeah, but I'm gonna have to go a little bit lighter with this. If I can. Yeah, it looks like I can. Yeah, Dano, that and the other ones are, I haven't really used the copper too much for obvious reasons, but they're really pretty amazing. Here we're taking the again, that's the blue, radiant blue into the indigo. And we're going to try and do the same thing here like what we did on the other side. We're going to lighten up the top half of this and then the bottom half. This is by no means a light color at all. It seems light just because everything else around it is so incredibly dark. Again, we got some things in the way here, so we're trying to work with that as best as we can. That's another reason why we don't. It's a good thing we don't do the whole death grip on the brush thing. Otherwise, there's no way we could actually get to it. Oh, thanks, Grim. I'm really glad actually that that it wasn't supposed to arrive any earlier because, yeah, we were gone all during the day yesterday. And then it looks like tonight's gonna be another all-nighter, so 2 all-nighters in 1 week. Actually, 2 all-nighters in a matter of a half a week. That's gonna be real interesting. So Dano, I got the copper stuff because they sent all that. I've never used it actually outside of the original metals video because if you add something like brown matter to it or even asphaltum, it just starts looking like copper anyways. So you could probably just save yourself the money and just take something like maybe the antique gold or whatever and just mix that with just a regular oil paint that's darker and more red and just turn it into copper, which is what I did. Where the heck are my Zangors here? Yeah, that's what I did for this. Is I just took either I think it was asphalt. Yeah, I think it was asphaltum, maybe a bit of Terra Rosa, mixed it with the gold, and turned it into a copper. So let's see, Grim. Right now, in hand, we have magenta, violet, blue, and turquoise. It was yellowing, or no, what were the ones that you got coming this way? Sorry if I've spaced on that already. But I know I've got the 4 here already. There's, what, the 2 more coming. So the lemon and the green on the way. Here we go. Yeah. Now I need to maybe get some my lighter highlight on it. Then we're gonna have to go the other way around with some of our darker light. So let's just take the white mixed with the indigo here, see what we can do as far as an edge highlight on this. Yeah, Grim, that should be, I think that's going to be a really nifty comparison. And I'm excited about the other ones too, but that should be, and I think what I'll do is I know I have stuff that could have plenty of gold on it. We have all this Egyptian stuff. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do, Grim. Is something that I know is going to have lots of gold, and then we'll just paint one using the lemon, radiant lemon, instead of using the usual brilliant yellow pale, and just see what the heck happens. Or I do it on a dark sword figure. Hey, Landrest is back. So yeah, Landrest, I saw that you were, well, out of town right now anyways. Actually, do you have any hobby nights planned in the next few weeks or so with M-Toys or anything? No, I'm gonna let that still be a little darker there. Here, let's get some of the lighter blue. We can do that over here as well. Let me see. I think we're all caught up. Maybe on the chats there. Again, sorry, it's a little bit hard to see. There's a lot of stuff in the way. Like the camera boom. No, not gonna get that reflect. No, no, not gonna do that. We'll just leave that for right now. I might take some brilliant yellow paler and just throw this into the eye just to maybe really lighten those up. We'll probably have to come back and hit it with some of the fluorescence too, but a little more. Nope, that's not quite it. I think we have to thin it down. It's not sticking to change the consistency of it. And boom, that's what it was. I just had to thin it down. It was not the right consistency. It happens sometimes. Sometimes that happens. I always supposed to play some Pathfinder tonight on Discord. Oh yeah, okay. It's I was thinking because Reaper makes the miniatures, right? The Pathfinder miniatures. I was thinking, are you using Tabletop Simulator? But no, we don't have to do that. That's just me being stupid. Let's see. So we're gonna take a look at our Sisters of Battle army. This was the very last 40K army that I ever did. 2014. Yeah, this was for the Adepticon 2014 tournament here. Some of those miniatures go back to the 1990s, like some of those Void miniatures. Yeah, there were some really old miniatures that I'd just been saving and saving and saving, and then I just kind of converted them. There's actually a Confrontation miniature. So my own version of Celestine right there. I think that was a Confrontation miniature. There was some Highland Moss Guard. That's from Victoria Miniatures. We made that Exorcist. Actually, all the vehicles were basically kind of either heavily converted or scratch built for the army. And here is the army board. Yes, that's a cathedral right there. And they had 39 stained glass windows. Those were all, I made them all up in Photoshop and then printed those out on some special translucent paper there. Well, not really. The translucency is designed for making, basically, what would you call them there? For being able to make t-shirts. Let's get some this is our new sisters. There they are. That's Army Painting Series 19. That's speaking of the Patreon page and the Army Painting Series. That was one of the first of the new generation of oil paint series. And boy, did that make short work of the sisters, and object source lighting all over the place, freehand everywhere, all the non-metallic metal with all the reflections and such. It was made far easier with the oil paints. I just wish I had the oils when I did the original army, because that would have made things a whole lot easier. It would have taken a fraction of the time to paint that for sure. Hey, Green Fairy Studios, how you doing? The Hobbies, how you doing? So yeah, that is from 2014. That was the same, ironically enough, the same year as the Tomb Kings. That was my last fantasy tournament. For, well, reasons. Because it was not much longer after that happened than Sigmar happened. And that's when I became a verb to be Tomb Kinged. So yeah, Grim, I'll never forget when someone said that, yeah, Sisters of Battle, they don't wear green. Yeah, the Sisters of Battle don't have green. And I was like, so the pretend army that doesn't exist doesn't use a certain color. Okay, that might be taking things a little bit too far. So Green Fairy Studios, nice to see you. Happy Friday to you as well. Then, as bizarre as I thought that was, it was even more bizarre when I tried to show the Riders of Rohan, well, sorry, the Royal Guard Riders of Rohan on one of the Lord of the Rings groups, and they said, no, that's not the right shade of green. And I thought they were joking, but they weren't joking. And I went, wow, that's interesting. That was certainly not something I was expecting, and boy, did they got very vociferous about it too, to the point where I had to actually pull down the post. That was not what I was thinking was going to happen when I posted those. All right, here, speaking of some light edges, we need some of that here on these elements. Might also have to come back in with some of my darks too. But there, let's catch a little bit of a lighter edge on top of those. We're probably gonna get some of our darker turquoise in there. Might even throw a little bit of phthalo green out on the palette, perhaps. And now that starts to stand out a little more. The Hobbies is doing great. Oh yeah, that's got to make a really nice. Yeah, the Hobbies. We've been talking a lot about. Well, actually, and I know I say it all the time. Mixing any kind of, say, violet and green together, or like you did there, magenta and green, especially two intense ones like you did there. It gets it's pretty amazing, right? Really fun, really intense colors out of that, but yet some nice darks too. Yeah, Dano, it's not quite the. Would you say that it has to be more red? It can't be quite so orange red. Oh gosh, now I'm starting to think that the Balrog from Monster Mini Mayhem. Oh my goodness, can you imagine the wars that would happen over that? That Tukale, I've seen. Now, of course, I expected that with all the bolt action stuff. It's basically why I don't even bother posting there anymore. It just wasn't worth it. I just said the heck with this. Uh, Anytime you made a post, you were guaranteed to have endless arguments, and you weren't participating because that just was not going to. But yeah, you would have wars begin over the shade of green. So unfortunately, just made it not worthwhile. So yeah, flight sim, there were definitely that was not what I was expecting. Also, that's why I never bothered posting in the sister to battle groups again either. I said, well, that's not really worth it. So apparently Sisters of Battle can only be painted in white, black, or red and nothing else. Which I found curious. Wasn't quite expecting that. Alright, what do we got going here? Are those just wrappings on his hand? I think so. That's a some of my bluish, grayish green there. Yeah, that's I forget which is which. Which ones are the red ones, the ones that wear black, the ones that are doing the white stuff. I don't remember which one is which. Don't really care. But it would certainly be a fashion faux pas to be wearing that white armor after Labor Day. So no white armor. Let's see. Not. Yeah, Flights. I think the phone did a little bit of mischief with what you typed there into the chat. Not quite sure. It's also really hard for me to see again. The camera boom is right in the way of where the chat normally is, so it's also hard for me to see it. So I do apologize And we need to also reinvigorate some of our edges here by darkening down some of this. I'll eat though, thanks Green Fairy Studios, because we could certainly use a nice little sip of this. Let's fill them up with some doggos there. Ah, yeah, actually, Dano, I'm just imagining if I tried showing the mimes of Moria on a Blood Bowl thing. Who knows? They would probably say goblins don't wear they wouldn't wear striped shirts. They probably would say something like that. So we are certainly trying to this one right here. So metal surfaces reflect their surroundings. Doesn't matter if it's gold or silver or even copper. You've got to somehow manage those reflections. And we're going to come back to this here and we'll show you just what it is that we're talking about now. I think also too, the temperature and intensity. So some of the golds, right, we stick with more of the intent, like the oranges, some of the Terra Rosa being mixed with the Indian yellow, trying to keep that nice and intense. And of course, more than just light versus dark. Here, we're kind of emphasizing the edge contrast a whole lot. And here, let's do a quick film noir to sort of illustrate that. So there is no yellow versus blue or red or green. There's none of those. Contrasts are here. But we do have some light and dark, but we also have some edges here too, right? We're trying to make some strong edge contrasts on the headdress and on the armor here. Now as we go over here, or if we bring the color back, you're going to see a difference between that blue and that right now they look exactly the same. When we bring this color back, we should see, whoops, a little too much color there. So that blue, see how that's more of an intense blue? This is kind of a grayish dark blue here. That's the indigo. That's more of the Prussian blue up there. And then you got the orange right next to it in the golds. That's to beef that up even more. But then you get here and you can see there's a little bit orangey right there. Almost green down here. Same thing down here. Lots of different colors in those golds. Very important. So Daniel, I'm just trying to imagine, yeah, what the reaction would be on the Blood Bowl group to the Mimes of Moria. You would think that it would be received well, but I don't know. You never know these days. You never quite know, do you? And I just have a feeling that I don't know, I think the Lord of the Rings, the main one, the big one, I think that's a different crowd that inhabits that one than some of the other ones that seem to be a little bit more mellow. So yeah, with the Sisters of Battle, I have certainly seen them painted in other colors in previous years, but apparently now, I guess, now that they're out in plastic, you can only paint them in those colors. You cannot paint them in green. That apparently is restricted now. Again, much to my surprise. Didn't really expect that. All right, now we also have some of the hieroglyphs that are on. Remember we said we had to wait. We had to give this a while to set here. See if we can start to put some of the hieroglyphs back in here. Yeah, see how that paint sticks there now? That was not going to stick there before. It's gonna have to thin it down a little bit more here. We don't want it to be the thinness of, say, a pin line wash, but just enough to give the impression of some of the hieroglyphs here. What we need to, we need to get the lighter color on top of this now. There's some support dots that I just didn't quite see there. Sometimes you don't see them till you prime them. Sometimes you don't even see them till you start painting something, and then you go, oh, yeah, well, that looks like a support divot right there. That's not actually part of the figure. DiMarino, how you doing? Nice to see you. I hope that all the projects are going really well. Here we are. Let's do a little bit more of our, again, fake hieroglyphs here. So happy Friday there, DiMarino. Yeah, the hobbies, I guess, I guess they do that same thing with Space Marines too. Wow, it would be unfortunate if they did it with that stuff as well. So some awesome goals. You had the goal to finish off some 15 mil figures today. Uh, Actually, I'm very happy because the camel riders from Kurzlook, those are printing up right now. And I'm really, really, really anxious to see those. I hope that my guess on the scale was right. I'm going with 93% size. It seemed to work with the dwarves and the goat riders, so hopefully we have the same result with the camel riders. Yeah, I'll have to definitely see some pics of them, DiMarino, for sure. So where's their sisters here? Yeah. I mean, this was the same kind of stuff that I did on the original Sisters of Battle Army, all of the Freon on the base, and of course on the robes and such. And I'm just now I'm even imagining that you can't paint your Cipher Lords like that. That was another one of our army painting series. I'm gonna see if I can't get even lighter here with some of my highlights on some of the golds here, and then we'll have to come back maybe with our mango violet. That's the Egyptian violet mixed with the Indian yellow to get some more of a really rich deep darks in here. I have to say there was an awful lot of supports touching this area right here. And then again, this is from Loot Studios. We've done a whole bunch of Loot Studios figures. Here's another one right here. Bam, another one there. Let's lighten this up too. I guess we're going to have to print up another one of those faux lead reels there, since we're going to have to be sending that one off next week. And I'll just do a Patreon video of it. We did it in a Twitch session a while back, but I think we'll do another version of it for the Patreon page, a little more permanent tutorial. You can see now, look at this, as we add our even lighter highlight along that edge. Talking about edge highlights, but only in that one spot. You see, we're not doing it absolutely everywhere along here. We're just doing it in some areas, trying to really emphasize contrast in that one spot, not everywhere. Let's see if we can get some of these sections of the armor here too with some lighter lights on them. Yeah, there's an awful lot of supports that came right out of that one area there. So this is something we'll have to deal with here. We're going to grab some of the That's some of our magenta, or sorry, some of the violet. That's the radiant violet. Going to try and get some of the texture here. It's a little bit like what we did on all of those Nazgul. Dano has returned. So that's something that I want to check also too in between this and doing that charity stream to see if that printed out okay. Like I said, I would really like to be able to print that out for tomorrow. Or sorry, I prep that for tomorrow so that I can paint some of those up, but that was before I knew I had to do this charity thing tonight, so I'm not sure how that's going to work out. So again, we're going to emphasize the texture on this. We're going to go both ways. I want to say a little bit of cross-hatching. Where is one of our... Here we go. You can sort of see it there on his cloak. Only here it's actually sculpted into the miniature, so all the better. And it's a 72 mil figure. So again, this is from Loot Studios. It was printed with the Soraya Simple Smoky Black. And we already have a bunch of Loot Studios figures printed out here for some other sessions during the month. We got the Werejackal Priest, the Werejackal Warrior. We have Gold, and I've been printing up some of their basing bits. And now we're going to go this way with it. And if at any point it gets to be a little too much, I'll just take the blending brush, tone it down. No problem. We're still sticking here mostly with the radiant violet. Don't want to go all the way to white here. I would prefer to save that for some of the armor stuff. Which I'm going to do now. See if I can't get a couple of these edges with it. So using our liner brush here. Okay, and now I need to change some of this around. It's all just, can't all be dark there. If that's supposed to be gold, there should be stuff reflecting on it, different light or whatever. There we go. See that little tiny bit? Didn't take much. All right, now we're going to go to it's the Egyptian violet, the Indian yellow for some mango violet there. Maybe even a little bit of the Terra Rosa into that as well. And now we've got ourselves a little bit dark on the end of this. That's going to sharpen our contrast against that highlight that we just put on there. Here we are, some more. So Dano, I think I already asked you. I'm trying to think what is the November stuff from Printing Goes Ever On? Because I don't think it's a custom. I think October was a customizer, right? Or am I wrong? Is this month more of just a customizer type thing? So Grim is heading out to walk the dog. So Grim, if well, let's see. I'm thinking you'll be back before 11. Oh yeah, you should be back before 11. That's probably when I'm going to head out here so that I can try and change things over and get stuff ready for that other for the charity stream. And by the way, all of the stuff that we've done here, this is just 2 hours and 59 minutes in. all of it. So I think that the oils really provide a just as much better way of working. There's so much less work that I have to do when I'm working with the oils as opposed to the acrylics. There's a lot of the stuff that happened here just kind of happened. I didn't have to force it or do it. Just like here on the video that I just put on the Patreon page, all the gray that's in the skin tones down there, I didn't have to paint that on there. That was just a pre-glaze, and all I did was wipe some of it away and then hit the lighter flesh tones over the top, and it just became that gray. I did not have to try to have to work on that and do that, every last little bit of glazing and layering. Nope, it just gonna happen by itself. Even I was surprised at how easy that was. I have to say that it surprised even me, and I was expecting it. But still, to see it actually happen in real time was really nifty. So now I'm just trying to find a couple of the cracks in the really obvious things where I might want some lights here on the base. Not going to do too much because, again, my hand is just going to hit that stuff and wipe it away. So I'm just going to only do a little bit and then move away from that. Here, let's also find a couple of more reflected lights here. This armor, not too much. We're just letting that mix together with what's already here. Now on his feet there, we still have our sort of greenish skin tone. That was the perline black, and that was mixed with the radiant violet here. Maybe that's a little too light. I think that's got a little bit darker. Now there we go. Get some of that on his other foot. Again, I don't want to do too much here because my hand just might hit that and wipe some of it away. And I don't want to go too light with it because, well, it should really be in shadow. There's plenty of stuff over the top of it. So I think we have to make sure we don't do too much in the way of highlights on this. If anything, we'll maybe do some pin line washes to make it darker. Some Rangers, Dark Rider on a Felby. Oh, on a Felby's. And that's for November, right? Wow. Yeah. So, Daniel, haven't we people? They've been asking about. Do you have any STO files of a Felbeast? Which is great because what's the now we could have an Oliphant and a Felbeast this month. I know it typically takes printing goes around a little bit longer into the month to have the files ready for you. I just didn't see any. Have you seen any previews of it? Because I haven't seen a single preview. It's been a little too crazy for me here to be able to send him some messages asking about it, but geez, I don't remember seeing any kind of hints either. And I swear I've been looking at the messages. Yeah, it's kind of funny, Dano. I feel bad. I never use the customizer because I'm printing out, those just monstrous build plates of 10 miniatures, 20 heads, and shield and all that stuck on the build plate all at once. I just fill up build plates with a bunch of right-handed stuff, a bunch of left-handed stuff, and that's it. So yeah, it's definitely not an eagle because Dano, I just was looking through some of the stuff that the for Asgard Rising folks they sent, and one of it is actually nests with eggs in it, and there's 3 different nests. So I definitely have to print those up, and we'll have to have somebody has discovered one of the Ares or something like that, and the Eagles will have to defend that against some form of attack. It could be an aerial war, because I do have, let's say I have the old metal/plastic fell beast. I have 2 of the plastic ones from the Witch King, so that will be three fell beasts right there. I can print out as many eagles as I need. Plus I already have 2 sculpted and 1 painted, just myself. So yeah, we could have an air war. It would be like Battle of Britain, Lord of the Rings style. I guess the hobbitses would have to be the early warning radar. And then, of course, you've got Monster Mini. Oh, Dano, I don't know if you saw Monster Mini Mayhem has that Balrog figure. I think I might have sent you a picture of that. So yeah, Monster Mini Mayhem doing a Balrog. Well, like 5 different versions of a Balrog anyways. You know what the heck? I'm gonna see what happens if I put some of that lighter on his face here. Might have to come back and put some darks there too, but for now anyway, I'm gonna go with that lighter color. See what happens with that. I need to get some of my gold in there. I don't know, let's just grab some of this. Put that here. Something right there. It's coming up for download. Yeah, there's like 4 different versions. There's sort of a smaller one that doesn't have any of the wings or fire. Then there seems to be a rather large one that has flames but no wings. And then there's the really giant one that has the flaming wings, I think. I'm inclined to not necessarily print those up. Now, of course, he doesn't have a lash or a whip or anything like that, so might have to sculpt something like that for his hands. All right, you know what? I'm going to see if I make that maybe more of a blue. I don't know. We're just going to try and convert that over here with some of our Prussian blue. It was originally, I had it more of a reddish color, but that just started looking like a candy cane. So yeah, I'm going to change that up a little bit here. And hopefully as soon as the bluish color starts to take hold there, the candy cane look starts to go away. So yeah, it's this. I just realized how many eagles that I've got already, and I could print up a bunch more, throw them on some 60s, and it would be an air war. We would certainly have to make some mountainous terrain for that, which is good because I wanted to make kind of a mountainous Erebor type thing. All I ever see is for mountains is a conveniently 2-inch tall hill that for whatever reason a kitchen knife seems to be the primary source of erosion that has created that mountain over the course of centuries. So I'm thinking the non-kitchen knife method, just taking the huge like that packing nasty foam that I used for the Monte Cassino board, and I'll have to get me some more plaster. So trying to use the cadmium yellow on that to lighten up some of my red here. Now I'm just going to go with some straight up fanchon. Well, it's not exactly straight up fanchon red, but closer to it. Might even, so a little bit of that right here on the top of that, just to some reflected color there. Gotta have it. I mean, how many times have we already talked about the metal must reflect the surrounding surfaces? That's what we're doing now. More of our fanchon red into here. For whatever reason with the reds, and other folks, if they've noticed this too, it can be a little bit of a bugger trying to get the reds to stick for whatever reason. That's why on the Sangor series, I actually did it so that the initial couple of layers of red, they dried before I went back into them again on the next episode to do some lighter tones. And that worked really well. So yeah, with your reds, yeah, not all the oil painting has to be done wet into wet. You can actually let the stuff dry, and it's amazing what you can still do with it even after it's dried. You can do some really nifty glaze things over the top of it because you're not going to get watermarks because, well, there's no water in the oil paints. Here we'll hit this side. Just realize we never really did get any of our lighter tones on the these colors here. Although it, in some ways, it's almost statue-like in the way that they put what almost looks like cracks and such on the armor there. I'm going to try and get some darks here onto the skull. So, look at that. Very much, you can see the orangey color or the reddish color reflected there, and then something much, a little bit darker, but also kind of more of a grayish, dingy color, just to, like all of the stuff we've got going on around it here. And then I want to see if I can't maybe do a little bit more on the scepter right there. Not sure. See what happens here. I don't want it to go too strong on that. That could be... Yeah, again, don't want to make it look like a candy cane. Also, too, trying to get some reflected light onto this. I think we already have some of our dingier green on that. I'm going to see if I can go over here, grab some of my orange color and infuse a little bit of life into that. There we go. That's starting to do it. Hey, Lady B, how you doing? So, Lady B, I saw your Instagram post. I think I saw it earlier today. Yeah, I think that was your painted miniature there. So that was looking really good. I could swear it was maybe it was either today or yesterday I saw that. That's what we needed. It's not just reflected light, but it has a little bit of the warmer tones to it. Continuing to add more of these. Almost orange to, yeah, see that starts to separate it now. Not that the value is no difference, not any lighter or darker, whatever, just there's a temperature difference to it. One is more of a gray, that's got more of a reddishness to it. Now, hopefully there's been no more holidays, shall we say, happening there. I think, what was the region? Was it Christina region or something like that or whatever? That I guess there might have been another so-called holiday that happened there. All right, here, let's take a little bit of our Indian yellow mixed with some of that brilliant yellow pale to lighten this up. The, is that a crocodile? No, that's supposed to be a bird. Yeah, it is definitely a bird skull, not a crocodile, who also streams. That's why we just couldn't have that many folks from the Southern Hemisphere and not mention crocodile. I think I need to lighten that up just a smidge too. Yeah. Get the end, yeah, the end of that. Now I'm gonna maybe take some of my white here. We have done very little with the so-called white-ish highlights. I will throw some of them here on the top of this. I mean, of all the places it's gonna get the most unimpeded light, this is gonna be it. That's how we're not really messing too much with this because I gotta stick my hand on there. Swing this back around, see if we can also work some of this lighter light here on the armor down here. Like so. Oh, gee whiz, gotta figure out what I want to really do with these ropes right here. I think I might just have to come back in there and add some more darks on them. I don't know, I think I've got enough of my greenish colors there on those pieces. I also think there's enough of the orange too. So I'm just going to try and hit these with some highlights. These pieces right here, a couple of them got a little bit sliced up when I was removing some of the supports. Can't tell if there's wrappings over here. Yeah, those are more wrappings, so I'm just going to throw a couple of lighter colors on here, then we'll probably just take our blending brush to that and tone those down. Same over on that side. I'm going to just hit a little bit of this here. We got pretty much just pre-glaze right there, so whatever the pre-glaze was, that's going to mix with it. And then we've got these, I'm just going to say that's mostly just linen right there. I mean, maybe we would put some hieroglyphs on that, potentially. Okay, what about the lighter colors that we've added back here? See, I think I can do more with the golds. Yeah. Ooh, for sure right here. So there was most of this got a little bit chopped up, trying to remove some of the supports. When it comes to 3D printing, I guess the benefit sometimes of printing out as many figures as I have to do, and well, and as multiples of them, you do start to realize, oh, okay, there's supports there. Either remove them with caution, or maybe even just that's what I've been starting to do also, is take stuff out of the machine, but not even try to cure it right away. So I might start doing that on some prints that might be a little bit more like a forest of supports and around some very sensitive, breakable stuff. I might actually let those just kind of dry and sort of, well, not cure, but sort of semi-cure. Again, that is our indigo color there. And all we used so far in that to highlight it was the radiant blue. I'm actually going to take some of my white there, catch a few edges of that. Also, too, we've got these items that are holding the pieces. I'm just going to say pieces of linen on there. We need to do some darks on those. Just to kind of separate all the individual bits of it. Where's my asphaltum? I think that's a good one to go with here. And we'll just redefine these areas. Sometimes it's easier to go back in with the darker color like this and redefine those edges. And the same goes with acrylics too, because your lighter colors, they tend to just be thicker, a lot thicker. So yes, as far as tomorrow goes, what I already have ready to go is this troll right here. If I could just get him out onto the table there. So we have a big old base form. We might try to paint him up tomorrow. Uh, we'll just see how it goes. Again, it depends what I can get prepped. Continue to go here with that's our mix of the Egyptian violet and some of our Indian yellow. Now we talked about kind of coming back in here and refining some of these shapes. I think we already darkened up around the skull there. I think we're good here. We might have to get some more of our light blue in some of those areas on the headdress here. That just got too light. Now I think, speaking of darker, I'm going to take some of my perline black here. And the Egyptian violet. We've been talking about greens and violets being mixed together. We just did it there to make a dark color. And we'll really hit some dark here around the eyes. Kind of been waiting a little while to do that. Ah, boy, big old difference from this side to the other side. So that is Egyptian violet and some perline black together. Well, that really does make a difference now. Let's face it, I think the eyes are going to stand out a bit more. I'm going to maybe put some shadow underneath the nose. If I can, there we go. What about on his, yeah, just separate his lip there, and I might just take the Egyptian violet semi pin line wash there around some of the teeth. Yeah, just needed to be a little bit more in shadow there. Same on the other side of his nose here. So I'm looking. Oh, it would help if that light was turned on. Somehow that was not turned on. Now I can actually see some things. Boy, this one right here is definitely getting in the way when it comes to doing stuff on the face. See what happens here. I'm just going to grab some cadmium yellow here. I've just been using the cadmium yellow a whole lot less. Been using the Indian yellow slash brilliant yellow pale mix much more often. Just for this simple fact that, well, I think actually the Indian yellow is pretty darn intense, but it will dry at the same rate as most everything else. Whereas if I'm using the cadmium yellow, that one area is just going to take longer to dry than everything else. And that can be a bit of a surprise when you're not expecting an area to be wet and you end up touching that and you go, oh wow, that didn't realize that was supposed to still be wet. I'll make a little change here. That's changing to red on those little stones right there. Taking some more of our fanchon red. Gonna spin him around here. And then I might also do some pin line washes of some dark stuff around that too. Hopefully you can see this. The miniature again, a 72, well, 72, 75, whatever millimeter scope from Loot Studios. There you go, Loot Studios. See how I can make that look just up here in my hand like so. And there's also a bust version of this, which I don't think I've printed. Yeah, I haven't printed out the bust version yet. And there's also a 32 mil version, so if you want it for your Tomb Kings, you could print that out. None of this was actually hollowed. Maybe I just didn't see that there was a hollowed base to print out. Yeah, that one is solid right there. So that took up a little bit of resin. I will probably try and print him out again and make him as a multi-part Patreon tutorial. But I might paint him in TMM because we've done the gold non-metallic metal, so I might try him again as a Patreon video in TMM because I've never done that with an Egyptian figure. You know, none of my Tomb Kings or anything. It's always been non-metallic metals. So as soon as I saw this guy, I thought, well, it'd be kind of handy for trying both things, the non-metallic and true metallic, but on the same figure. I see that just needs to be a little darker because of the strap or whatever that is there. Taking some of the brown matter here, trying to put some darks into this. There we go. Where is my, here's my, okay, a little bit of the brown just worked its way into that. Not quite what I was wanting, but we're going to see how that color works anyway. Spin this around. Try and get some of this lighter color onto, well, not quite skin, sort of skin-ish like. Back to my lighter blue here. Especially here on the headdress. Let's get to some more of that Prussian blue, and that's the radiant turquoise mixed with it. It's a little bit more difficult to spin that around just in my hand. So we've had to be a little bit careful with that. Here, back to some of my Prussian blue.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Wargaming Yeti, for that sub. That is appreciated. Thank you very much. So we certainly don't mind a sip of that right now. And thanks again, Wargaming Yeti. Appreciate that. And of course, if you've already done a follow and I didn't get that before,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun jar.
there's Gandalf to welcome. So much appreciated. So things, well, a lot of the Twitch income, that goes to getting more resin. And speaking of more resin, here's some more of the Loot Studios things that we will be printing or painting this month. We have printed them. Now I'm going to be building some bases out. I'm going to be doing some videos. I just realized I can do, that's another reason why I was printing these out, is I've got the texture roller stuff here. Where is my Egyptian themed stuff? Here we go. Yeah. So I figured I'd make some nifty bases out of that, and it would be much like what we did here for this Titan Forge miniature. Oh, thanks, Wargaming Yeti. Now, I don't know if you had a chance to see this stream. We also used the texture roller there, and that was from Loot Studios, that little bit right there, and then this is from Clay Cyanide, so I'm not sure if you saw this one. That was what, the Monday stream, I think? So here, let's catch a little bit more of our dark there. We also have to get some of the rope shapes redefined here. We kind of lost some of that. I might even thin this down that much more. Yeah, Happy Heretic. I've got still got the welcome sound turned off. Just every time I turn that back on, that's when the follow bots return. It would certainly be nice to have that again. So Wargaming Yeti, I think there's going to be some really fun stuff to be painting on stream. Now that, I've been on all of these different Patreon things I didn't have any of these Patreon things last November or December, so there's going to be a lot of nice sort of winter-themed stuff for me to paint, which will be fantastic, for December and January and such. And of course, just even Loot Studios alone, each month there's several miniatures and busts and everything else that just by themselves would be fantastic to paint. And I think it will be interesting to try this guy again, but doing that in the true metallic metals, especially with all of our interference paints and all that kind of the green stuff world powdered pigments that we turned into oils for ourselves. All right, here I'm going to go back to the orange right there because, again, the contrast with that grayish green, I think what we need here is a little bit of intensity to contrast with that. Let's see what happens with the more orange side. I don't want to get it too close to the red that we just put on there. Okay, there we go. That's just enough. Just orange enough to take it away from what it was. Now, Wargaming Yeti, I'm not sure if you have tried using the oils yet on miniatures. I have really enjoyed the heck out of them. Everything becomes so much easier, so much more relaxing. Well, and it happens a whole lot faster. All those very good things. Just like right here. That would be awkward to try and do any kind of blending there with your regular acrylics. Don't have to try and even do that here. So I know that Armored Wolf had some stitching and some other things kind of set up in advance for tonight. So Bryce, I hope that you actually, have you had a chance to really work on any kind of more conversion slash sculpting stuff? I don't know if you got any new projects going, or are you just trying to desperately continue on some of those other long-term projects you already got? Well, Wargaming Yeti. Now, which were you going with one of the starter set type things like the Gamlin or the Windsor Newton starter set, or were you going with something like the Williamsburg? I mean, any one of those. Well, the Williamsburg starter set, that is a whole nother level, but it is going to be pricier, that's for sure. So there's one area right there. I didn't quite see that at first. Now that's taken care of. And as far as the your cleaner goes, well, look at this. For dried acrylic and oil colors, not hazardous, no vapor, and it's just from Winsor Newton. And it really works well. Now, Wargaming Yeti, I don't know how much you've seen with the fluorescence and the metallic oils that we've made. Those have really been very fun. I did not expect to have that kind of enjoyment from the metallic oils and the metallic fluorescence, or sorry, the oil fluorescence that we made out of the powders. Where's my, here you are. I'm just going to hit this gently here with a little bit of our kind of lighter slash mid-tone. And just some stuff that kind of transferred from my fingers. I'm going to see if I can't get a little reflected light over here. Right in there. You know what? That should, you know what? I'm going to go here with some of this greenish yellow color. See how that works. So Wargaming Yeti, I think you had asked about the Optilungs. Was that the last stream there? And I know, well, unfortunately, yeah, the Optilungs, those have been, well, kind of a disappointment to anybody that's used them. So definitely emphasize the Williamsburgs versus the Optilungs, because the Optilungs, sadly, they're really glossy, really slimy, don't really stick to much of anything. It's a little bit unfortunate. Let me see. So pound a hit on the Guliman prod. Okay, I was wondering if you were still, if you had actually maybe, if he was done, or if he was still Still many miles to go yet on him. Yeah, what's interesting about the now, of course, that's done all with the green stuff powders. I don't know. I haven't found any just regular fluorescent powders yet. Yeah, Wargaming Yeti. Someone sent me a bunch of the Optiling oils, and I tried them, and that was pretty disastrous. And other folks in the chat, they have gotten the Optilungs, and they went to use them, and they went, "What the heck is going on here?" It was, and they were a little bit more disappointed than I was because I didn't spend any money on them. Now, what I thought is that the Optilungs were just another version of the oil brushers, right? Like oil brushers in a tube. No, what I see is that they fixed a lot of the issues with the Optilungs in the oil brushers. But yeah, the Optilings, those were very disappointing. I just don't want you to think like you're doing something wrong. Like, why is this paint not sticking? Why is it so glossy? Why is it still wet 2 weeks after I painted it? That would be that's the Optilings, not you. Now there are some folks like Drax. He uses them, but he knows some of those aspects of it. He says no big deal because he's probably going to hit him with the acrylics anyways on top of that. So he mitigates that sort of stuff. And other folks, well, they use them primarily just for weathering things, and that's fine. But for what I'm doing with them, yeah, not going to work so well. I just was so shocked at how shiny those things were, and they did not want to stick to anything. Let's just say that I had better luck with the student grade artist colors than those things by a wide margin. Yeah, I used those once and they got put away, and that was kind of the end of that. Yeah, that's I guess the only reason why I kind of do that is because there's been people that have come into the chat thinking they're not getting it. They're like, what am I doing wrong? This is happening, this is happening. And then they mention that they're using the Optilings, and we say, oh, there you go. It's like, what is it, the Optiling Survivor Group? Yes, there's an Optiling Survivor Group here. And ultimately, it's just cheaper anyways, just to use the artist colors. More effective, cheaper. So now I feel like I've got some reflected light over here. We need to do the same up here. We're just taking that radiant turquoise and we're just going to plop that there. We're going to find ourselves a blending brush that doesn't have any paint on it here. I'm just going to extend this out here. Look at that. Nice and easy. And it's not a brush stroke, it's just basically tapping away at it. Spin this around. We'll do the same on the other side. I'm just going to plop some of that on here. This is how we don't end up with tons of layers. This is also how we don't end up with too much paint on there. Because we just plop that. Why would we do a bunch of layers when we can do this? Bam. Softer than any airbrush. No cleanup. I might even do a little bit of that here too. Again, take that blending brush, just stipple away at the edges here. Cellustrate, how you doing? Ooh, do I want to? Boy, that might be a little too much, but I'm going to try it anyways. Because that turquoise right there, that radiant turquoise, it seems like it is light. It is not all that light. See how much lighter that just got there. Spin him around. We'll do the same on this side now. And even this is nowhere near white. We were talking earlier about, things got chalky or whatever. And that's because you can get too much white on your colors really fast. Well, greetings, Selstrade. There, okay. And we need to do the same over here too. Same over there, just last paint. And I will get the Gandalf greeting, of course.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun, John.
There's some Gandalf. Minus that fuzz. We need to put a little bit of that light over here. The fuzz has been tenacious today. Not quite sure where all that fuzz is coming from. Just realized that never really got any lighter with our blue. Okay, that's more like it. We'll just reorganize some of this, cut down on some of the lighter shapes that we added there. So sticking with some of the radiant turquoise mixed with the just enough white to lighten it, but not too much. Okay, we need a little bit more of the white find its way into it here. So Flight Sim is daring to deal with decals. See that? See how we did that? There's some linguistic gold right there. Certainly not going to say that. Won't say it 10 times fast. I don't even think I can say it one time fast. A little bit of lighter color, maybe on the edge of the mouth, maybe even here on the ear. And cheek, I might have to take some of that away. Yeah, Flight Sim, the dreaded decals of doom. Not a big fan of the decals. Which is why when we paint, and you can still see this here, those are not decals. There's 6 of those. Those are all just painted by hand. Those are all free-handed on there. There was no way I was dealing with any kind of decal stuff on that. No siree. Wanted nothing to do with them. And it took way less time to just draw those and paint those on there than it did to fool around. Well, I didn't have the right decals. The stuff that came with the kit was not the markings that I wanted, so I had to just do them myself. So there, see, we took that lighter color and we just drew it down with this brush. Yes, Green Fairy Studios, they are tricksy and they are most definitely false. Tricksy and false, for sure. Okay, that should be a little more of a turquoise there. Just got to be a little too green. Speaking of turquoise, gonna do this now. On the ends of these guys. Then we're going to have to sort of redo the highlights on the top edges of those too. Somehow those got zapped, but here, let's try and bring those back. Hey Trash, how you doing? Nice to see you again. So trash, I've got tons and tons of really fun, basically every single Patreon that I've done all have these really amazing Egyptian theme sculpts, so I thought I would do some of those. Actually, well, I would really love to have some of the big hats ready for Saturday, but again, I've got to do that charity stream tonight, so I don't think I'll have time to prep all the big hats. I don't know, maybe for Monday or something like that. Some Chaos Dwarves from Lost Kingdoms. Yes, from Lost Kingdoms. That could be hilarious. All right, well, Megan, you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out as long as you could. And Megan, I don't know if you wanted to throw, let's see, you don't have that one up on Instagram, do you? But if you got any of your commission stuff or any of your eBay pieces up on Instas and you want to share that before you head out, definitely do that. So yeah, we've got, these are just some of the Loot Studios things that were printed up. So all collection of the 75 mils. I thought we might try and print the bust version of this guy up because that would be pretty darn fun, I think. All right, Queez, you have a good one. And well, I guess we'll see you tomorrow. I just, I'm kind of confused as to what day of the week it is. It's been that bizarre of a week.
So say we all.
And there's, speaking of, there's Grumdy. So Grumdy, we were talking about the Optilungs. And just some how some of us have tried those and not had exactly stellar results with those things. In fact, quite the opposite of stellar. And was mentioning you there that well, some of us have tried those and had not happy experiences with them. I'll catch you later, Megan. I should have posted something tonight, but didn't. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, we'll try to remember for tomorrow. I don't know, I'm gonna get a little bit of dark right there. Why not? And I'm gonna try and redefine these a smidge more. Getting a little bit difficult with those guys being sort of in the way there. Yeah, Wargaming Yeti. There's a couple of other things too where I was all excited to try them, and this was even earlier in my oil painting experience, and boy, those were even more bizarre because the paint just sort of exploded out of the tube. Just a bunch of like oil and stuff. No actual paint was coming out. Really bizarre things. Just think of how many more Williamsburg paints you'll be able to get if you got the funds back from those. But yeah, those Uptilings, they are still sitting in a box somewhere to this very day. I'd even thought about just trying them again, knowing what I know, and then I realized I know what I know, and that is that it just, well, here, this is the sort of stuff that you're supposed to use to solve that problem. See all that? Yeah, that's just like the fumes inside of this, because look at the quadfecta of doom. So this is what's supposed to rescue it. It's like, yeah, no, I never open that jar, ever. I have no intention of doing that. Steel is here. Geez, if everybody could please follow Stila, that would be fantastic. Geez, Stila, It is November now, so you got to be getting pretty darn close to some oranges. And deal, yeah. Oh, here we go. I know you painted. Did you paint up a couple of these? I know you painted up at least one that might have been 54 mil. So this was the newest Patreon video doing some skin tones on that one. Yeah, there. Take it from Grumdy. So yeah, now Wargaming Yeti with oils, the vast majority of colors are not going to be opaque. Basically, unless it says titanium or cadmium in it, it is not going to be opaque. There's a few exceptions to that, but there are a few exceptions, only a few. So the vast majority of oil paints will be some form of not opaque. That's just kind of the nature of the beast when it comes to oils. Ah, so that's what that one is called. Ah, boy, it's been a while. That was one of the very first artisan guilds that I actually was able to get printed up, believe it or not. Oh, that was the Requiem Brotherhood. That's right. That's where that's from. Yeah, those were the first artisan guild figures that I was actually able to get printed out. Wow, actually, like Grim is talking about there, if once those Williamsburg starter sets get under 40 bucks, that's when it's time to pounce. Because that's when I got my the modern, yeah, the modern color set was when it was like 35 or 36 or something, darn near half off. And so yeah, I think Grim is definitely his his advice. Pounce on that is 100%. Don't let that pass by. I might get a little bit of my lighter just on that edge there. Yeah, like now for me, I do so much stuff that it just those don't last very long. But these are the size right here compared to say your regular 37 mil. But then again, you probably are not going to be using the oils the way I do, which is on terrain and just everything. So you probably won't need quite as much as I do. Or if you really, really, really like a color and you use it that much, well, then you save up, you wait for it to go on sale, and you get yourself the 37 mil tube. But then you know what you like. And like Grumdy was saying, the Gamlin colors, again, if there's something that you can get, we use those all the time. Where's the Prussian blue here? Well, here, I'll just show you a couple of the things. So we've been using the Gamlin Prussian blue. Is this the Perline black? Yeah, so we've been using the Perline black from Winsor Newton. Now, those are very, very similar as far as, their quality goes. The Williamsburg, for the most part, is going to have some advantages over those. I mean, they are handmade after all. Well, Flight Sim, I know that, well, lacquer paints, that was definitely something that was used in the model industry for a long, long time. That's been around long before there was any acrylic paints, that's for sure. So, what was that, the Gamlin 1980s set, right? Grumdy and Grim, that's what they're called, 1980, I think. And they're really, really, really similar to the Winsor Newton. Now, of course, I mean, I've painted acrylic stuff for a long, long time. I've been painting miniatures since 2000, 2001. And well, we pretty much just used acrylic paints because I just didn't know that I could use my oil paints on the miniatures. Once I found that out, I said, "Oh, okay," and that really changed everything. Yeah, Grumpy, it's kind of funny how, well, let's see, oh yeah, as Stila would say, how we use them neat. No, we don't use them on the rocks. We have them neat, which I find endlessly hilarious. All right, a little bit more with that lighter turquoise there. So you can see we're trying to get to some little balancing of lights and darks there. Grab the clay cyanide one. So again here, we had our cast shadow, but you can see sort of a similar type thing that we did on the obsidian stuff around the perimeter of that. Again, the cooler, less saturated colors here, and then the warmer saturated colors here. But this was the first time as soon as I saw this bit, I even started this session. I was not going to use anything like this because it's from Loot Studios, not from Clay Cyanide. And as soon as I saw this thing, I was like, wait a minute, you mean I could actually have a chance to do some cast shadow on the wall? Gotta do that. Let's see. It's like putting wheels on your bike. Yeah, boy, Grim, that's you ain't kidding there, right? Just the 80 bucks there. That's super tempting. And of course, while you're getting things like the Egyptian violet, you're getting what the heck is the other one? Quinacridone golden brown, which normally costs, gee whiz, Egyptian violet and golden brown together in the 37 mil might cost you that much money. So yeah, it's a pretty darn good deal. That's pretty darn. Yeah, I gotta actually go see what Dick Blick is offering here. Now that it's getting to be sort of that, it's getting to be that time. Oh geez, and Fanchon Red, the greatest of all reds. Yes. Sorry, Cadmium Red. You ain't the greatest. It's Fanchon Red. Other art, 9 out of 10 artists agree. Just ask Grim. Grim was the one that found that out. So it's not just me. It's not just me. It's more than just me. All right, here we're gonna. I was tempted to take some of our mango violet and use that, but we're just gonna go with a little bit of the Indian yellow, and some of the, yeah, what the heck, some of the asphaltum here. I was thinking about using some of the brown madder. Let's see, was even throw in phthalo green? Yeah, steel and I think, gosh, doesn't one of the sets have phthalo blue? And that's not bad to have that either. Oh, speaking of blue, steel, have you gotten those tubes yet and made any of your own oil tubes? I guess that was the question I was trying to spit out, but I couldn't remember what the heck it was. Yeah, it's funny. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's the phthalo green that I've used on most of the streams here. Is the Williamsburg phthalo green? Yeah, and of course, Grim's got the Discord thing there. Grim also has his. He also has a YouTube channel that's got those kind of intro to oil videos, so that could be another good resource for you as well. Oh, you have the glass Muller now. All right, because that was the thing you were waiting for, right? Was the Muller? I could swear that's you were waiting on that. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can't darken that down just a smidge there. So see how that's got some cooler colors in it. But then here, see how they get warmer? That's the kind of opposing colors that we're looking for. That did take a while to arrive, of all the things. Now, I don't know just if in general over there the supply chain issues are as much of a thing as they are here. I don't know if that had something to do with it, or if it's just mullers just take a while to arrive. All right, here I'm going to also change this up a little bit. Yep. See that? We need to do something like that over here. I'm thinking, yep, I'm going to do that. Going to do that right over here. Some of the orange. Just because these guys need to catch some light. So I'm going to grab some of the brilliant yellow pale. Nope, I need to thin it down. Thin paint will stick over thicker paint. So also too, let me see if I can. I have to scroll up here first. Hey, Prison Mike, how you doing? So Wargaming Yeti, and I think you've heard me emphasize this an awful lot on the streams and on the YouTube channel and such. Less is more and more is way too much, right? You have to have minimal amounts of paint on that brush, almost like it's a dry brush. Because if you get too much paint piled on there too soon, well, the miniature is just not going to take any more paint. It's going to say, timeout. I'm giving you a timeout. So less is more, and more is definitely way too much. I want to tell you about the nail polish container. Actually, Stila, that's not a surprise. Now it's separating, but it's not drying out, right? Because even in here, so this is just regular oil paint in there, and I have to stir this up. I have to shake that up too before I use it. That's just regular oil paint there. And, but I just, oh, here we go. So yeah, this is the green stuff world. So see how that's separated there? And if I just give that a nice little shake right there, so it's not separated anymore. It's weird. Yeah, the fluorescents do that too. It's very strange, but just something that kind of happens. That the key is that it doesn't dry on you in there. Because that's why I wanted the nail polish containers, because those are just going to be more airtight. Now, did yours come with the fancy smancy padded box, all elegant like with the little funnel thing and all of the little glass beads or glass agitator things and such? So still, so let's see. When is your next stream going to be? I know that I'm always asking you if you're doing any of your paint-alongs or your multi-streams or your OnlyFans or oily fans, as the case might be. Okay, there we go. You know what? Let me see if I can't lighten that up some more. I'm just gonna, we'll go strong here with some of our almost white. I think I can't thin it down too much either to get that to stick on here. Yeah, that's what I had to do, is go thicker. Same over here. Did a multi yesterday with Thunderhead. All right, Stila. Sorry that I haven't been able to catch anybody's stream with the whole federal jury duty thing and some of the other mayhem and such. I have not been able to catch anybody's stream. Not Drax, not Teal. I didn't even stream myself. Yeah, Thursday. Didn't even stream myself. Now, just in a little bit here, I will have to jump off because I've got to get set up for that charity stream. And that is for Extra Life. Ebenezer, how you doing? So Ebenezer, and this is the first of the Loot Studios Egyptian themed figures. Now, it won't just be Egyptian stuff all through November here. I have some Chaos Dwarves that I thought would be really fun to paint. All right, I have to move this back here. And here's Imran I don't know if you saw, this is the newest video that I just did for the Patreon page. That one just went up earlier today before the stream. So Grumdy, there was, I actually snuck a little bit of, especially up here, I actually snuck some of the Terra Rosa up there and brown matter. Use a little bit of brown matter, a little bit of Terra Rosa, but I sort of mixed a lot of Indian yellow in the pre-glaze this time. This was probably the most expansive use of Indian yellow that I've done in any pre-glaze so far. Yeah, I think so. I think it's pretty safe to say that. Grim, I do believe it will be on, the Pyro Club. Now, originally I was supposed to be doing a RPG thing where I reprised the role of my Bluegrass Bard, Randall Snodgrass, but I'm actually just going to be painting there because, well, this is going to be potentially another 6 hours or so. And unfortunately, I think he has nobody else but me to keep him company over the overnight hours. And that's kind of my job, is to keep him awake through the final shift of his charity stream. Now, last year was more like tormenting because that's what we kind of did to him because he'd already been awake for 18 hours straight. Thank you so much, Grumdy. I could certainly use some of that. And Grumdy, thank you so much for the sub. That's, well, we've had 2 kids together. Quite literally, right? I mean, we've had like 2 generation of oil paint kids together. It all started with stuff like, where the heck is the... Remember, it started with these, and then it kind of moved on to just your regular Winsor Newton stuff. Then we kind of went into this. Then we started to go into things like the iridescence and the interference colors, and then some of the really crazy stuff like this and the fluorescent paints. Oh yeah, yep. So who knows what the 3rd generation is going to be, Grundy? Actually, I'm hoping that the 3rd journey, or the 3rd generation, is me being able to sculpt things. Not sure when that's going to happen, but boy, I really want to be able to do that. Now, it probably would not be miniatures, especially not right away, but even if it's just bits and pieces of things. Even if it's just basing bits or some extra pieces like that. I would love to be able to do some sculpting for myself. And then who knows where it goes from there. So I do believe that would be the Pyro Club. Let me double check here because I think he's live right now. Usually he's not because it's 11 o'clock. I will see. Yep, the Pyro Club. So Pyro, the Pyro Club. Yeah, so I don't know I don't know, maybe the radiance could be 4G. So the student grade, that was 1G. Then getting into the artist grade regular paints and some of the Williamsburg stuff, that was 2G. Then when we got into the powdered stuff and the metallic oils, that was 3G. I guess you would, maybe the radiants are 4G. And now I'm going to try and hit some highlights into these things. So yeah, I'm looking, I'm just like, oh, why is Pyro Club still going? It's like, yes, because he's waiting for me. He's waiting for me. So we're going to try and catch a couple of more highlights on this thing here. No, actually, I'm going to just see what the heck they're doing. Are they doing... Oh my god, they're still doing their regular role-playing thing. I'm so tempted to raid into them, because then I would know what they're doing. So don't be surprised if I raid into a role-playing group. As I add a little... look at what we're doing there. See, a little bit of a lighter highlight like so. Dano has returned, and speaking of sculpting, Dano has been sculpting. So Dano is sculpting some objects of his own too. He's getting started on that project where he's going to sculpt us dozens and dozens of texture rollers. Yes, indeed. So hopefully sometime over the weekend I can get a chance to print that file and then utilize it on something fun. Probably maybe some Mirkwoody type things. So Grumdy, well, I won't be able to stream. I won't be able to stream the digital sculpting. At least I know that people do that, but I got to figure out more what I'm doing before I try and stream that, right? But hopefully, yes, we're able to do some digital sculpting. That might be 5G or 6G. Yeah, that might be 6G right there. Hey, Lamines, how you doing? So yeah, that's what I mean. If you go on what My Mini Factory and Thingiverse, I think you can find some 3D printed texture rollers there. I mean, that's how they're made, anyways. Green Stuff World, they sculpt a texture, they print out the main roller, and I guess they just cast that. Lamines just actually enjoying the first of the Loot Studios Egyptian themed sculpts here. And I'm really, the other thing I got to do is run downstairs and see how that file printed. My first test prints of the KZ miniatures Harad, Far Harad stuff anyway. Really hoping that those worked out well. And of course, with all the jury duty stuff to deal with this week and everything else, it's been a hectic week for sure. Let's see, do I have a texture roller here that I could show you guys? Is there one sitting around here? Unfortunately, I don't think I actually have a texture roller in here that I can show you guys, but yeah, here, let's get some of the texture sheets out here. So yeah, I mean, this is just a small little example of some of the textures. I mean, that's a tiny example. There must be like 30 of those things by now. So yeah, that the dull Amroth texture roller. We have begged and pleaded Dano to create a dull Emerald texture roller, because you know everybody needs one of those. for sure. Here, so yeah, that's Kurzlook miniatures. I think that's what they're called, Kurzlook miniatures. Basically, it's another one of those Lord of the Rings themed sculpting places. And for their November release, they did Sarge. Sarge, how you doing? Thank you very much. That's appreciated. So here, let's get some more of our texture going on this. Down here, I mean, not really going to do too much because, as you can see, I've been sticking my, well, maybe not as much as I thought. But yeah, the next time I print this out, I will hollow this bit. I mean, usually Loot Studios has a hollowed, for something this big, they'll hollow it out, and they usually do, they do a really good job on hollowing stuff, but I think I might have thought I had the hollowed version and then didn't print that. Oh, thanks, Grumdy. And Sarge, I hope that you're doing well today. Thank you very much, Grumdy. That is appreciated. I'm going to take, oh gosh, there's my Terra Rosa. Then was my orange here, and we'll just add a little bit of the orange to the top of this here. Oh, geez, Luminous, you didn't see, well, this is up on Instagram now, so this is that clay cyanide figure, also with this Loot Studios bit right here that we printed out. So yeah, that's the clay cyanide one. We got her glued on there with all of her, and there's her shadow behind her too. So that was very fun. Yeah, Grumdy, I absolutely love those texture rollers. It's such an easy way. Such an easy way to get extra shape and texture on your base, right? Oh, thanks so much, Wargaming Yeti. I appreciate that very much. Oh, thanks, Luminous. It was it was always interesting when you're painting things on two separate pieces like that, but fortunately it all worked out in the end. All right, here we got an awful lot of the green. So just threw a little bit of my orange in there. Yeah, Sarge, we actually had a hype. Didn't we have a hype train early on? Yes, we did. We had a hype train early on. All aboard the hype train. Yeah, that was really cool. We certainly need, we'll need a bunch of those this month to keep securing all the resin that we're going to need. There's a lot of stuff we need to print this month. Oh, thank you very much, Sarge. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Sarge, was that, oh, Military History Visualized. They did a special on, let's see. Well, it was kind of a successor to their videos on Hetzers and Stugs. They did the, oh, was that the Martyr 3? Yeah, they did one on that and the evolution of the Martyr and how they initially just took captured guns and stuck them on vehicles and such. Ah, thank you so much, Iberniz, and I appreciate that. Ah, so Luminous, you got the 5-liter jug. I didn't get the 5-liter. I got a couple of the 1 kilograms things or whatever. Now I've got to get the clear, so that, well, not just for printing, but that's mostly for a water effect. So that's the next thing I've got to try and get a handle on. So thank you so much for the bits is there. All right, this is the Radiant Violet that we're throwing on here just to try and get some lights into the cloth there. So Luminous, are there any particular files that you're either have been released or about to be released this November that you're just really, really, really jazzed for? That you're just like, okay, I gotta print this no matter what? Even if I got to paint these other things, this has to be printed. Because I'm sure there must be plenty of files that rate in that category. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Sorry, Luminous. I forgot to say that Dano's been making really good use of that gray. Where's my, here it is. Now I need to get some of my darks back in here. That's the brown matter here. Okay. And now we're going to use some of our green here, ish color, to get some of the reflected light on this. Why? Because it's pointing down to some cooler, grayer colors. So Sarge, it's the Sonic Mini 4K. Obviously, at some point, it's just gonna have to get some large format printer. It almost doesn't even matter which one it is. I just have to get some kind of large format printer because there's just, well, aside from the large critters that I've got to print, like Dano, so it took you also 5 build plates to do the Lilith. There's just the time. I don't have 5 8-hour shifts that I can do. I mean, I can. It means for 5 days, the overnight shift is taken up by just printing up Lilith stuff. Because my daytime shifts, those are all restricted to things that are in the 3 to 5 hour range. Huge backlog of files that are really nice. Yeah, Luminous, oh boy, I can imagine there's lots of really nifty stuff from clay cyanide. I mean, so far all I've printed up were the commission Egyptian files, but there's certainly a bunch of other ones of theirs that we'll try and print out if we can. This also needs some kind of brighter highlights in there. I don't want to go too bright. I mean, it is supposed to be in shadow after all. You know what? Gotta start thinking about some reflected light here too. That's another thing that's missing there. Here too. And maybe we'll do a little bit more on this. Again, just thinking reflected light on the golds here. So the Prusa printer can blast through some artisan guilds in, what is that, less than 2 hours? Significantly less than 2 hours. Alright, I'm gonna get me some more lights on the little rope thing here. We still have some more of these little armor pieces that could use it as well. So 19 hours and 15 hours. I think, Sarge, my longest print was maybe 12 hours. It might have been like 11 and 3/4 hours. I don't know if it quite reached 12. But that's the other thing too, is there's Lord of the Print Dragons, but those I tried putting those out on the, I mean, I can reduce the size of them, but then that's not really going to be much of a dragon, so we'll have to try and snag some kind of large format printer to be able to do those. All right, well, Steel, you have a good one. And if everybody, again, could please give Steel Rebel a follow, that would be sensational. Steel will be streaming later on. And Steel also streams the oil paints and Artisan Guild figures too. So definitely be sure to check out Steela. And again, I myself, I'm going to have to be heading out here pretty darn soon because we've got that charity stream over at the Pyro Club. And again, I'm really tempted to just raid them. I'm just going to check and make sure that they're still, well, not on one of their, let's see, what were the EPBs. And there they are. They're still around, still playing. All right, well, Grumdy, you have a good one. Yeah, I'm going to have to be heading out soon here myself. Again, sorry for the early exit. Otherwise, I would keep on going. But duty calls, so to speak. I'm just going to actually see if I can double check one thing right here. Let me just see if I can do this while also doing this. Gonna get a couple of more lights in here. Oh yeah, here we need some. A couple more over here. All right. More lights here. Grim, I will be, I will still be streaming tomorrow. Now, it might not be starting at 4. It might be starting a little bit later than. It might be more like 5 or 6 or something like that. But we'll still be streaming tomorrow. I will just try and get a few hours of sleep if I can before the Saturday stream. We'll probably be relying on cough drops a lot. I will say that right away. So don't be surprised if the voice sounds a little bit weird. Since for all intents and purposes, let's see, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. We'll be pushing another 6 or 7. So yeah, that'd be about 10 hours there. So the voice might be a little bit tricksy tomorrow. And I will apologize for that in advance. But yeah, we'll be painting over there. Might even still be working on this too, at least initially, before I transfer over to some other stuff. So yeah, I know for me, and we've just have talked about this ad nauseum with lots and lots of folks. For me, the success of a print is actually, I mean, that is always paramount. And while this still prints faster than the old Elegoo did, it's definitely not set to the speediest of settings. I'm just going to try and catch a couple little highlights on things here. Let's see. So yeah, I'm not gonna. I mean, it's nice that the Mini 4K can do the room stuff, but I think we're going to stay on the safe side of things. I also need to get some. Speaking of some highlights here, let's get some, if I can, along the top edges of these guys. And here too, where's my, there it is. Just gonna set my hand over here and see if I can't, on the top edges of these, just get a smidge of light there. Okay, and now, let's take some of our Radiant Turquoise and put that into our Prussian Blue here. See if I can't lighten up a couple of these areas of blue here in between the gold. I think I might even go a little lighter than that. No, more of the turquoise there. Hey, Caesar, how you doing? Well, Kathy's, I don't think Kathy's going to be doing much painting on stream for a while, so I think that one can wait. So how you doing there, Shiza? I saw your thing with the leaves. Now, was that a Green Stuff World leaf cutter, or was that another one? Because it looked just like a Green Stuff World leaf cutter, but it was certainly different. I didn't recognize the name on it there. Yeah, that Green Fairy still. Well, you know, that's why I've gone with the Soraya Smoky Black because it's basically the all-weather printing resin. Whether it's 80 degrees in the basement or whether it's 60 degrees, it seems to print very, very well either way. So actually, yeah, it looks like it's working really darn good. It's working really good, so I'm glad that you were able to snag one of those. Because it looks like you're really having some fun with it. Now, oh, that's so Dano, it's going to be really interesting to see just how many build plates it's going to take for the giant Oliphant from Kurzlook. Now, of course, there's that Monster Mini Mayhem Balrog. Not sure, not sure which version I'm just going to end up going with. I think I'll try the smallest one first because I can always paint on the extra flame effects. Oh, geez, Armored Wolf, I have to send you. It was right before the stream. Someone sent me a message. Well, no, they didn't. They just posted. I was on the latest the YouTube video with the crushed glass. They asked that they had found some other type of product that comes in fine and extra fine and all that, and they asked if that's something that could also be utilized for the snow. And I wanted to try and get that link and send that to you. Hopefully, I can remember to do that. So there, I'm actually just using some blue. So the one with the shadow wings with all the flames. Now, I know that I can shrink Monster Mini Mayhem stuff because I shrank that steel dragon probably. Well, even if you shrink it at all, if it's not going to let you do it without blowing up the supports, it won't let you do it. But it didn't seem to blow up without with me trying to make it bigger. So, all right, that is going to get some of my greenish color here that's down in here. I don't know if you can see that, but there. So yeah, I don't remember what the heck it was called, and it was, well, actually, wait a minute, I might be able to here. 1 second. Um, nope, here it is. Oh, it's called Bullseye Glass Clear Transparent Frit. That's what it's called. Blue Bullseye Glass Clear Transparent Frit. And he asked if that was, says it comes in powdered, fine, and it also comes in opalescent. So I don't know if any of that is an option, but that's what was just someone sent on YouTube just before I started here. Again, I'm going to tone down some of the lights here. Going to try and fade some of that a little bit. But now that it's 11:36, I think I might just jump off here. I'm going to double check what Pyro Club is doing here. 1 second. Ah, here we go. It'd help if I was actually on Twitch. And let's see what they've got going on. There we go. So they're still doing that. I think I might just raid in there. So what I was going to do is just raid into this Pyro Club here because, well, if you want to potentially see me continuing to paint this, that is where I would be doing, is on the Pyro Club as part of continuing their charity stream right now for Extra Life. So thanks everybody thanks Dano, and thanks Armored Wolf too for doing the moderation thing. Everybody please check out Armored Wolf on Instagram, also on Etsy. And thanks for all the bits and the cheers. I really appreciate that. That really is going to be important again for, well, securing more of these great files. Thank you so much, Ibernizen and Green Fairy Studios. Yeah, I'm glad Wargaming Yeti that we were able to save you from the save you from the scourge of the Optiling paints. Yes, indeed. So I'm going to get the raid countdown started here. And in just a few seconds, we'll head over to Pyro Club and we'll just say hello and ridicule them profusely. How does that sound? All right, here we go. Thanks again, everybody.